Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We do have a couple of others still to join the meeting. At the moment, I see we have 8 RAB members, 2 observers, and quite a number of Secretariat staff in attendance. So thank you for taking the time to join this meeting. I've actually missed the last couple of RAB meetings, so it's good that I'm able to come back and engage with all of you. And so thanks again, Josep, for encouraging additional members to join. We are expecting about 16 RAB members in total. We do have at least one apology, and we have 3 observers who have indicated they'll be attending. What I might do is pass to Giuseppe then sort of to take a roll call and to progress through the members who are present and give each of you an opportunity to introduce yourself, and then we will go through the observers and then all of the Secretariat staff who are in the meeting. So Giuseppe, I'll pass to you.
Thank you, Dave, and good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for attending today. This is one of our advisory body meetings. It's probably one of the most important meetings that we have in guiding our research activities at the IPHC. So we really welcome your input and your comments on the research and suggestions for future work. So knowing that, as Dr. Wilson has just indicated, knowing that there are still a few RAB members that have not attended the meeting yet, but will hopefully do so within the next few minutes, I suggest we start doing a round of introductions. And if you are okay with this, maybe we should start with an introduction from the IPHC Secretariat staff in order to give time for RAB members to start joining. So I'll start with Dr. Wilson.
Sure. Nice and easy then. Dave Wilson, been with the Secretariat for about 5.5 years now. Time's flying. Yeah, that's probably all I need to introduce. So I'll pass it back to you, Giuseppe.
Thank you, Dave. I'm Giuseppe Planas. I'm manager of the Biological and System Science branch, and I've been at the IPHC for almost 6 years now. So I'll pass on to, why don't we do it clockwise? So Tim, you're next.
Feel free to put your camera on as well if you...
Oh, that's complex. Instead of slowing everything down. Tim Lower, my camera's not on. Been at the Halibut Commission for about 21 years. I'm mostly behavioral ecology and life history scientist.
All right. I'm Andy Jasanowicz, and my camera is also not on. I've been at the IPHC for, I guess, coming up on 2 years now. And yeah, I'm a research biologist working in the areas of genetics and genomics.
Hi, I'm Lori Sidoris. I'm a part of Joseph's group as well, a research biologist, and I've been working on migration and the oceanographic data collection.
Hi, I'm Tyler Jack. I'm with the Vessel Services, and I worked out in the field for 5 years, and now I am in the office.
Hi, I'm Colin Jones. I've worked on 3 Fisher Independent and Setline surveys at the IPHC. This is my second official RAB meeting, and I look forward to the conversation today. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Rachel Rillera. I'm on the Vessel Services team as well. Just started in June, so completed 1 survey, and looking forward to more.
Hi, I'm Kayla Walesi, and I am the Setline Survey Coordinator, and I've been here for 2 years.
Morning, Ian Stewart. I think tomorrow I'll be presenting my 10th stock assessment for the Halibut Commission, and feel like I'm finally starting to learn a couple things about halibut, and I'm really looking forward to this meeting. This is one of the chances that we get to hear some things about what's going on out in the field. So thanks for everybody for joining.
Well, thanks, everybody. That's our introductions for the staff participants. And I would like to now move into the RAB members. And I'll call your names in alphabetical order. So let's start with Kevin Bennett.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kevin Bennett. I'm a Southern Oregon fisherman out of Charleston, Oregon, mainly incidental halibut. I've been in the commercial fishing industry since 1969. Make my home in Roseburg, Oregon.
Great, thank you, Kevin. Next would be Steve Daniels. Steve? Steve, I think you're muted.
Hello, my name is Steve Daniels. I've been in commercial fishing since 1976, primarily long lining. And also for the past 20 years, I've built and developed the Highlander Lodge and Charters. So I've been a RAB member for about, I think, 4 years. Good morning.
Thank you, Steve. Let's move on to the next one. That would be Lando Echevarrio. Lando, go ahead. Lando, are you there? Lando, could you please check if you're muted? Yeah, we cannot hear you, Lando. Maybe IPHC secretary can actually help Lando connect his audio. In the meantime, I'll move on to the next person. We'll go back to Lando when the audio is resolved. The next one would be Angus Grout. Angus, go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Angus Grout. I'm a commercial halibut fisher from 2B, and yeah, I've been fishing for the last 27 years or so. Thanks for the invite.
Great, thank you, Angus. Next one would be Jim Hubbard. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I'm Jim Hubbard, and I've been involved in fishing for 50 years or so now, but sat on the advisory board for the last 20 or so, I guess. And mainly the last 20 years we've been fishing 3A, 3B, but we spent a lot of time in 2C, and so we see what's going on down there too.
Great, thanks very much, Jim. Next one would be Doug Maven. Go ahead, Doug.
This is my second meeting, and about, I don't know, I started halibut fishing in the mid-'80s.
Great, thank you, Doug. Next would be Scott Mazzone. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, hello, everybody. This is Scott Mazzoni. I am the marine fish and shellfish biologist for the Quinault Indian Nation. We operate in Area 2A off the Washington coast, and most of the fleet is in Westport, Washington. Good to be here.
Great, thank you, Scott. Next would be Sean McManus. Sean, go ahead. Good morning, Sean. Are you there?
He did have a thing that came up that said he stepped away from the meeting for a minute, so he might still be away.
Okay, Sean may be away. We'll go back to Sean. Now, knowing that Lando and Sean, maybe we should try Lando again. Lando, can you hear us and can you speak? I think we still have some audio issues, Lando. We cannot hear you. I know that you're talking, but we cannot hear you. Let's see if the IPHC secretary can actually propose. Okay. Okay. All right. So I know that Ed from IPHC Secretariat staff is actually working with Lando to resolve the issue. Please use the chat if you can. Should we go back to Sean? Sean, are you there? Yeah, we may not have Sean. Okay, we'll be working on those issues with Sean and Lando. Now I'd like to move on to the invited observers. We have two attending, at least at the moment. That is in alphabetical order. Lyle Pierce. Lyle, are you there?
Yes, good morning. Thank you. Lyle Pierce, BC longliner, been halibut fishing for approximately 37 years and been doing IPCH stock assessment surveys for I think 27 and feeling like the old guy in the room. Thank you.
Good to have you here, Lyle. Thank you. Next would be Lauren Wild. Lauren, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so I am Lauren Wild. I am from Sitka in Southeast Alaska, and I'm a research biologist with fisheries and marine mammals for the past 10 or 12 years. So this will be my first RAB meeting. Thank you for the invitation.
Great. Thank you, Lauren. Great to have you here. I would like to, I know that there's one IPHC Secretariat staff that was not part of the introductions. That's Claude. Claude, you want to introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, good morning. My name is Claude Dykstra, and I've been with the Halibut Commission for 20 years. I spent the first 15 years working on the fixed set line survey, and the last 6 years in the biological ecosystems branch. I've been as a research biologist, and I've been working predominantly on discard mortality issues, as well as some marine mammal depredation issues. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Claude. Well, let's try again. Lando and Sean, can either of you speak to see if we can hear you? I see Lando speaking, but unfortunately we still have some audio difficulties. And Sean, can you speak up, please?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Great, thank you.
Okay, Sean McManus, second year on the Research Advisory Board. Been fishing halibut for 25 years, and I've worked also doing the set line surveys in the past, so that's my experience with halibut fishing.
Great, thank you, Sean. We heard you a little on the low side, so if you could actually ramp up your mic just a little bit, that would be great. Thank you, Sean. And
okay, thank you.
Let's try again, Lando. Not sure if Lando is able to get his audio through. I guess we are still having difficulties with Lando. So, well, I suggest we go back to that while the IPHC Secretary is trying to fix the issue. So I'll pass it back to Dr. Wilson.
Thanks very much, Giuseppe, and welcome again to everybody. I'll just ask that the Secretariat keep an eye on new RAB members who may join us throughout the course of the meeting, and when that occurs, just let us know, and we'll give them an opportunity to introduce themselves. Look, could we bring up paper 01, which is the agenda and schedule for review, please? Okay, so on the screen is paper 01 for the RAB meeting. I'm sure you're all aware that all of the papers have been up on the RAB meeting page on the IPHC website for 30 days or more. And each of the PowerPoint presentations that are associated with those papers, if there is a PowerPoint presentation, have been up on the website for 10 days or longer. And so I think most of you are familiar with that process, but if not, just a reminder that that is how we operate these days. And for the next RAB meeting, a reminder that all the papers are there for your perusal 30 days before the start of the session itself. As Dr. Blunnis has pointed out, this is an opportunity for the Secretariat to hear all of the opinions and ideas from the RAB members, and it's also worth noting that the meeting is open to all stakeholders or all interested parties. And I see we do have Russ Cameron who's joined us as well, so welcome, Russ. In terms of intervening for the meeting itself, if you have any comments or questions, try to use the hand function, which is at the bottom of the screen, if you're unfamiliar with that, and we'll try and take you in order that you have raised your hand to intervene. Should that function not be working, please feel free, this is a relatively casual meeting, feel free just to politely interject and indicate that you have a comment or a question on any topic. Regarding the agenda itself, so we're on agenda item number 2, the adoption of the agenda and arrangements for the session. The agenda itself consists of 9 sections. We have, following the adoption of the agenda, we'll step through the IPHC process, relatively short, 2 papers there, generally for information and updating you on the intersessional process. We'll then step through agenda item 4, which is the season overview. And this is where we request that each of you provide whatever input you would like to bring to the attention of the Secretariat and other RAB members in terms of how the 2021 fishing season has progressed for each of you. We'll then step through a number of papers and presentations regarding the Fishery Independent Setline Survey under agenda item 5. We'll receive a general update on the design and implementation this year, and then a number of papers regarding some of the analysis and work that Dr. Webster has also been undertaking. We'll then step into some presentations on a description of IPHC research activities, and this is the standard format that you've received in previous RAB meetings, where each of the core projects that are undertaken or underway and updates will be provided to you. The intention, of course, is that agenda items 1 through 6 will not take up the full day. Preferably, we'll wrap up 1 to 6 before lunch, before we break for lunch. And then we will have an opportunity for the RAB to provide guidance on and discussion of any additional research projects. And of course, through each of 1 to 6, we do encourage your input directly as we progress through them. We'll then, under agenda item 8, have a quick discussion about the dates and potential locations of future RAB meetings before we move into the standard adoption of the report. So that's the draft agenda or provisional agenda as it currently stands. Are there any comments, additions, or edits that any RAB member would like to suggest to the agenda before we adopt it? So I'll just pause to see if there are any hands raised. Not seeing any. Thanks, Scott. We'll consider the agenda adopted, and we will move into agenda item 3, the IPHC process. And so if I could have paper 03, please, brought up on the screen. Okay, if we can just maximize that a little bit. And just a reminder to everybody listening in, you do have your own controls in the portal where you can zoom in, you can expand the page to fit the screen. Okay, so paper 3 is the standard update on actions arising from the previous RAB meeting, so the 21st session. It as the reason that we've developed this paper is again to try and provide the RAB members, general stakeholders, and also commissioners with a quick update on the progress that the Secretariat and others have been making on the various actions arising from the previous RAB meeting. We do try and ensure that each of the requests or recommendations have a specific action to be undertaken, so a deliverable. We try and clearly indicate who has responsibility for undertaking that action, whether it be the Secretariat, a various fishing body, fishing organization, or the Commission, if it's a direct request to the Commission itself. And also a desired time frame. As much as possible, it doesn't always work the way these recommendations or requests are developed. We don't always put in a time frame because they are articulated in the IPHC's 5-year research plan already, and so there might simply be a request for an amendment for a particular project. So Appendix A details all of the requests. There were no recommendations, so all of the requests arising from the last meeting. Now, noting I wasn't in attendance at that meeting, I'm going to pass to Dr. Planas just to walk you through each of those requests and update you on the progress or refer you to a paper that's going to be presented later in the meeting. And so, Dr. Planas, I'll pass to you.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Yeah, the requests that stem from the previous meeting, RAB021, are the following. The first one was related to the effect of hypoxia off the Oregon and Washington coast. And the RAB requested that the IPHC Secretary consider how environmental monitoring could continue in areas where fish sampling is not taking place in a given year, in particular to help understand environmental trends in IPHC Regulatory Area 2A. This is a request that is currently in progress. The IPHC Secretariat is currently evaluating efforts towards environmental monitoring and continues to review external sources of environmental information in IPHC Regulatory Area 2A. Request number 2 is related to the IPHC Fishery Independent Setline Survey, or FIS. Recalling the hook standardization discussion from RAB020, the RAB requested that the IPHC Secretariat consider investigating the possible effects of hook differences on FIS results. This is currently pending, and although supportive of this investigation, the IPHC considers this to be a lower priority than current ongoing research. Request 03 from RAB021 is that the RAB requested that the IPHC Secretariat consider the effect of different bycatch species on hook competition rates. This is currently in progress, and the IPHC is currently collaborating on a study of standard and modified circle hooks that will use hook timers to record the capture time of different species. It is hoped that data from this study will inform the hook competition standardization. This is a project that is currently funded by the Bycatch Reduction Engineering Program in collaboration with the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and we can provide more additional information later on if desired. Request 04 is the following. Noting that the increasing cost of the FIS, the RAB requested that the IPHC Secretariat consider additional ways to incorporate commercial fishery data into stock assessment. This request is currently in progress. All available components of fishery-dependent data are currently included in the stock assessment. The rationalized FIS design process now actively works to minimize costs through both station selection and skate deployment. If I could ask the document to progress yeah, thank you. Request 05 is still part of the request related to the Fisheries Independent Setline Survey. And this particular request is that the IPHC Secretariat engage with stakeholders who have performed FIS work in the Western regulatory areas to improve the design and feasibility of the FIS, including the possibility of multi-year FIS contracts. This request is currently in progress, and the IPHC notes both the challenges and critical nature of sampling these areas. Guidance will be provided to vessels in 2022 on a prioritized order for stations within chartered regions. The IPHC welcomes dual vessel bidding, sharing of stations among vessels sampling the same area, multi-year proposals, and other accommodations to make these areas more logistically feasible. The next request is regarding migratory behavior and distribution of Pacific halibut. The request is the following: noting that some commercial and recreational fishers may release IPHC tagged fish without realizing that they do not count against any regulatory limits and should be kept, the RAB requested that the IPHC Secretariat conduct outreach with fishers and informant agencies on this issue. This request is currently in progress, and the IPHC Secretariat is continuing to inform stakeholders on the implications of catching IPHC tagged fish. The following request is request 07, and that is related to guidance on and discussion of other potential applied research projects. The RAB requested that the IPHC Secretariat consider migration studies specific to IPHC Regulatory Area 2A, given that it represents the southernmost range of Pacific halibut distribution. This request is currently in progress. The IPHC Secretariat is planning studies to investigate possible changes in distribution of Pacific halibut in latitudinal extremes of the species range through population genomic analysis. And in fact, this is a project that will begin in February 2022 and has received funding from the North Pacific Research Board. And this is a study in which part of the objectives are related to resolving fine population structure of Pacific halibut throughout its range within convention waters. If I could ask the document to be moved down a little bit. Thank you. And the last request 08, is that the RAB requested that the IPHC Secretariat review the definition of washed fish and the weight deduction that is applied for washed fish. This request is currently in progress. The IPHC has been attempting to collect data from commercial sampling to estimate the deduction due to washing for several years. This effort has not been successful, but remains ongoing. So this is the completed list of the 8 requests stemming from the previous RAB meeting in 2020, RAB021. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Giuseppe. Any questions or comments on any of those updates from the actions arising? Would any RAB member or observer like to seek additional clarification? Yes, go ahead, Angus.
Oh, I was just curious about the dual bids. Is that, 2 different vessels bidding on the same area and splitting it up, or how does that work?
Yes, go ahead, Kayla.
Yes, that would be correct. 2 vessels can decide to ultimately work together to complete a charter area.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Okay, well, not seeing any. Just a reminder that this is a relatively casual meeting, so we can come back to any of these if you would like additional clarification, particularly as we're going to receive additional input on some of these topics throughout the course of the meeting itself. Okay, well, let's jump into the next paper. This will be a very short paper itself. So it's paper 04, agenda item 3.2 on the outcomes of the 97th session of the annual meeting. Again, this is just a document that we provide to refresh your memory, given now that we're meeting in November of each year, of the key outcomes by the Commission from its last session itself. And these are provided in Appendix A of paper 04. Generally, there are sections on the IPHC science and research, and you can see in Appendix A the various notings of the research project updates that were provided at that meeting itself. No particular action per se from the Commission in that regard, just simply noting the various updates and expressing its content with the work that had been undertaken by Dr. Parnas and his team. In terms of the RAB recommendations or requests itself, the Commission simply considers the recommendations arising from the last RAB meeting and agrees to take those into consideration when deliberating on relevant agenda items throughout the course of the Commission meeting itself. And then finally, there's sections there simply updating the outcomes of the Scientific Review Board meetings. There were 2 meetings in 2020 related to the Commission discussion. And in this case, it's, again, same thing, simply considering the recommendations of the Scientific Review Board, agreeing to take them into consideration throughout the course of the Commission meeting, and then one final request there regarding the ongoing discussion around the Secretariat potentially hiring a life history modeler. And just a note here that the Commission at this point has determined that the financial resources are not there for commission-based funding, so funding from the contracting parties, but the Secretary is looking into potential external funding sources to hire a life history modeler for a period of time. That's it in terms of updates from the Commission meeting itself. Any questions or comments? Not seeing any hands raised, then I think we can move on to the next agenda item and one of the very important agenda items, agenda item 4, which is the season overview for 2021 from each RAB member. And so I'm just going to go around as you're listed in the participant window, and I'm just going to ask each of you to provide an indication of how your season has progressed, and if there's anything in general that you'd like to raise to our awareness at this point. So Angus, may I call on you, please, just to provide a general overview of how the 2021 season has progressed for you so far. Over to you, Angus.
Yeah, I had a terrific season there. The 2 vessels that I'm involved with had really good fishing. We managed to, catch it quickly, avoid the whales, and then we also do the inshore rockfish survey, and really saw really positive signs of halibut there. We were on the west side of Haida Gwaii, and so I was very pleased with how the season progressed.
Great, thanks very much. And at the same time, if the Secretariat has any follow-up questions for any of the updates that are being provided, feel free just to chime in, and we can try and get some additional information. So thanks, Angus. Doug, over to you.
We had reasonable fishing for halibut this year, but I've kind of changed my focus, and we target more on the bycatch species and sort of take our halibut a bit incidentally, and we had some pretty heavy fishing on some of our bycatch species, so I don't know how that affects hook competition and that sort of thing. The halibut fishing was decent, but it wasn't, by any means heavy duty for us. But all things considered, we're fairly happy with how the season's gone.
Cheers, thanks, Doug. Next is Jim. Over to you, Jim.
Yeah, we work from the Canadian border all the way out into 3B every year, and 3B looked very good. And I was also kind of surprised with all the recruitment that we saw in 3B as well. And in places where we typically don't see recruitment, I had to leave a couple spots just because of that. But fishing looked good in 3B. 3A went well for us. We didn't, I was fishing differently than I normally do in 3A. The processor didn't want big trips, so we were keeping our poundage down. And so I was fishing different areas, just kind of experimenting around, trying to keep the size grade up to maximize the value that way. But down in Southeast, I don't have halibut quota down there, but I do a lot of blackcod fishing down there. And I also work the Clarence Strait state water fishery, which takes me down into the Canadian border. And down in that area, we didn't see hardly any halibut at all. It was that was in June, then the time of year I was down there, and there were Canadians fishing as well as a couple American boats, and they were struggling to find halibut in that area. And I just thought that was interesting because the last 3 years we've seen a gradual decline in that area. But from seeing where we're discarding, shaking off 20, 30,000 pounds of halibut in the course of catching 3 clearance permits down there, to where this year I doubt if we saw 1,000 pounds down in that area. It was really stark, the lack of fish down there, and I'm not sure why. But and then talking to a couple Canadians that were trying to find fish, they were actually working inside of me towards Shack and Amuzon area, and they were struggling too. So. Tell me what time of year it was. And anyway, other than that, I wasn't unhappy with how things went.
Great, thanks, Jim. Anyone want to chime in there with any additional comments or questions? Not seeing any. Kevin, over to you.
In the southern Oregon coast area out of the Charleston, I primarily fish from Hasita Banks, Newport area down into the southern Oregon area off of Bandon. Our two primary catch areas for us commercially incidental troll is Hasita Banks and the high spot off of Bandon. Late season in the September troll fishery, we saw quite an increase in the size and the amount of incidentally caught halibut. Sport fishing efforts have kind of changed tactics inside the 40. We're seeing a lot of sport fishermen not making the offshore trips as much as we used to in the past out in commercial troll. We're seeing some effort on Hasita Banks from the sport fishery, but we were severely limited. The sport fishery especially was severely limited this year with the weather, which really regulated the catch ratio. Oregon sport went from 1 bag limit to 2 per day, with pretty much open access on the days. Commercially, one of the big benefits, and I know we aren't setting regulations as far as bag limits, I believe, but was a real positive change in incidental retention for us commercially this year of just staying consistent through the whole year, not bouncing back and forth from the ratio numbers. There's a lot of good fish, bigger fish, and seeing a lot of late fish. The fish were larger quantities late in the season.
Great, thanks, Kevin. Look, I think Lando's still having some audio issues, but I'll just give him another opportunity to test. Lando, are you there? I see you've activated your mic, but unfortunately we still can't hear you, Lando. Apologies for that. Okay, we'll keep moving. Scott, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. For the 2021 fishing season, the tribal TAC for all 13 halibut tribes was 528,500 pounds, and that's 35% of the total TAC for all of Area 2A. First, we took off 41,478 pounds from CNS fishing last season. That comes right off the top, leaving us to fish on 487,000 22 pounds. Our fishery was broken into 3 different segments this year. Basically, between March 6th and May 16th, each tribe had a chance to open up their fishery for a 55-hour, all-you-can-catch open unrestricted fishery. And based on the weather, each tribe could choose within that date period when they wanted to open up their individual fisheries. We ended up catching 246,180 pounds with a total of 92 landings. At that point, we conducted our restricted fishery, which is a 500-pound trip limit. Each boat can land 500 pounds in a 24-hour period. And the dates for that were between March 6th and May 16th. Again, each tribe could open up this fishery whenever they chose. And it was 102 hours, so they basically could open it up 5 days. We had landed 67,127 pounds with a total of 217 landings. At that point, we had calculated all of our landings, figured out we still had enough leftover halibut to do one more unrestricted opener. And this time we chose it to be 24 hours. And each tribe had a chance to do this restricted opener between May 19th and June 20th. And this was our late season mop-up fishery, and we ended up landing 174,792 pounds for 57 total landings. All in all, we exceeded our TAC by 1,077 pounds, or 0.2% over the tribal allocation for this year. So all in all, it went really well. We were very happy, lots of fish in the area.
Always good to hear. Thanks, Scott. Any questions or comments for Scott? Not seeing any. Sean, over to you.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me okay?
Sorry, yes, we can. You're a little bit soft, so maybe...
Okay, I just turned it up. How's that? Okay, yes, I fish all U.S. areas except for 2 Alpha and 2 Charlie. And we had, I thought, okay fishing in 3 Alpha. Not great, but okay. And it was noticeable increased sperm whale depredation. I thought 3 Bravo went okay, as well as 4 Delta. 4 Bravo was a very hard struggle, lack of fish, and 4A to an extent as well. And there was also extensive killer whale depredation on both the Pacific side and Bering side, unless you got in close to an island and you're able to stay away from them. In regards to the 4 Alpha, 4 Bravo, I am concerned, especially following this season, with in the event there's not a survey done in those areas where we're extrapolating data to go into the next season. I feel it's irresponsible on our part to be going with a status quo, which may result in an increase in those areas. I feel that we should either stay with what the previous season was, quota-wise, or if we see a downward trend, we should see a downward trend for the upcoming season if there's not a survey being done in that area. I think we should be careful in extrapolating data. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Sean, any questions, comments for Sean? We'll hear a little bit later as well, quite a detailed presentation on what we've done this year, and then also the proposal for the coming years. And so certainly, Sean, it'd be worthwhile walking through those points you've just made as we go through those various presentations. Steve, over to you.
Thank you. Well, primarily, I'm more in touch with what's happening through my 7 charter boats that fish most every day for the month of June, July, and August. And although I have commercial halibut quota, it's being caught by others. And It's reported that the fishing has been good, but I don't have really a lot of detail there. I will say this, that our fishing for halibut in the cross sound area of 3A, well, I'm sorry, that's in area 2C actually. We're right on the borderline, so we fish in both 3A and 2C depending on circumstances. Each of our boats has a charter halibut permit to fish in either 2C or 3A. And our fish have been bigger this year. And of course, part of that is because the bag limit or the size restriction has changed and allowed my charter captains to keep larger fish. But having said that, the number of fish that we get that are over 100 pounds was outstanding this year. So we did catch a lot of bigger fish, and you know, clearly that's kind of the holy grail for the charter fisheries. A lot of them are born again. A lot of other charter operations are born again. I can't say the word, conservationists, you know, probably because they don't have any, you know, guided angler fish, you know, which is derived from commercial IFQ to afford their guests an opportunity to actually keep a bigger fish. In fact, I will say this strays a bit from an actual report about the fishing, but more about the attitudes. We leased some quota to turn into gapfish this year, which I usually don't do. I usually use my own quota. But because the demand was so high and there were so many bigger fish caught, people bought them. And of course, people have more money and, you know, due to spending a year without spending it due to COVID. And we had an interesting incident in that we were, one of my my operations manager was walking down the boardwalk and he was accosted by a local commercial fisher who basically accused us of raping the ocean and taking all the big fish. And my operations manager said, well, that's curious because you are one of the commercial fishermen that actually just leased us some quota so we could go and target and keep bigger fish. The guy got really quiet. So yes, the fish were, I think the bigger fish were definitely, there's more bigger fish this year. I don't mean just because the, you know, the size limits changed, but because there were more bigger fish. People they have a lot of money. They don't mind plopping down $500 for a fish that's 70, 80, 90 plus pounds, 100 pounds, 200 pounds. To them, it's a bargain. And our biggest challenge is we raise the price to slow that trend down. Otherwise, we'll just simply run out of gap fish. But in the charter fishery where we're at, it's still it's a thing. It's a big thing, and I'm not ashamed of offering them this opportunity. That's what we do. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Steve. Any questions or comments, responses for Steve? Not seeing any hands raised. I might jump to the now 3 observers, and so we'll, Lauren, if you could provide your input, that'd be great. I see your microphone may be deactivated though. So Lauren, are you there?
Can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. So I'm in the 2C area primarily. And from what I've heard, things were pretty good in the commercial fishery this year. And the charter clients based out of Sitka did a really, were able to catch a lot of fish, and their bag limits were increased because a lot of the COVID issues, again, as folks have mentioned already here. So from what I've been hearing, yeah, things were pretty good this year in this area.
Great, thanks, Lauren. Lyle, over to you.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you. Our boat fished in April. They took the whole block in 2 trips. They had very good fishing in the first trip, a little bit slower in the second. They did. We definitely had a larger fish size this year on average, probably by about 1.5 to 2 pounds. One thing in BC though that we are noticing is with when you're running EM, of course, you can't really play around much, and we're being significantly restrained by yellow eye. You know, I think a ZN license gets 100 pounds, and our vessel for 60,000 pounds of halibut gets around 700 pounds of yellow eye in total. So we are very constrained by that, and it is forcing our fleet to fish a little bit deeper, and we're really noticing, you know, lots of boats in smaller areas, which for some of us that have fished a long time in some of these areas, we do notice a little bit of local depletion going on, which is concerning, and we are trying to, of course, work with the department and get our yellow eye quotas increased to match what the biomass is showing. So fishing overall was pretty good. Whales are definitely becoming a little bit more of an issue in British Columbia. And on the whole, though, I think most of our fleet did do pretty good fishing. There's a little bit of fish left in the water, and I know weather has been a real challenge for us, especially in the later part of the season. It was hurricane warnings and storm warnings, and it's been absolutely atrocious out on the ocean. So we'll see how they manage to mop things up in the next 6 days. Thank you.
Thanks, Lyle. Any questions, comments for Lyle? If not, I note that Grace Allen has joined us as our third observer. So, Grace, we've just progressed through the agenda and we're up to agenda item 4, where each of the RAB members and observers has an opportunity to provide an update on how their 2021 season has gone. So, Grace, if I could pass to you to introduce yourself and then provide a brief update, that would be appreciated. Can see your microphone's been activated, Grace, but we can't hear you at the moment. Okay, we still can't hear you, Grace, so we might have the support staff contact you and see if we can work through what the issue is there. I see you've put a comment there indicating that you have some issues with your microphone. So when we do get that issue resolved, please feel free to raise your hand, introduce yourself, and then we can also hear a quick update from you on how the season's gone. So that's the membership and observers. Are there any questions from RAB members, observers, comments, or from the Secretariat staff on any of the updates that have been provided? Please feel free to raise your hand. Not seeing any. What we'll do is we'll move through to the additional agenda items, and I suspect that as we hear some of the presentations this morning, and then also the session this afternoon where we have a general discussion, we'll receive some more input. So look, at this point, we'll move on to agenda item 5, which is the IPHC Fishery Independent Setline Survey, and 5.1, there are a number of presentations. We're going to hear from Kayla Uolesi, who will provide an update on the design and implementation of the survey in 2021. And then the next 4 agenda items from Dr. Webster, who's going to provide some indication of the design analysis and recommendation for 2022 and beyond, and then also some additional modeling that he's been undertaken. So let's pass to Kayla and agenda item 5.1. Over to you, Kayla.
Thank you. I will be discussing IPHC Fishery Independent Setline Survey design and implementation in 2021. A quick introduction to the team. My name again is Kayla Uolesi. I'm the Setline Survey Coordinator, and there are 3 other members of our team, Colin Jones, Rachel Rivera, and Tyler Jack McCullough. Colin will be working primarily with some permitting, and Rachel is the lead with fish sales, and Tyler will be working with the gear, and then Rachel and Tyler will both be sharing bait duties, but as always, the entire team is is reachable with any questions you may have. Okay, the primary objective of the FIS is the standardized fishery independent data collection for the Pacific halibut stock assessment and stock distribution estimation, looking at Pacific halibut distribution and abundance trends and the collection of biological data. And you can see the field staff here through the 2021 season. And we do have standardized gear as well as bait. Our fixed gear has 1,800 excuse me, 1,800 feet long skates with 100 hooks spaced approximately 18 feet apart. And we use number 3 circle hooks threaded through the front on 61 to 122 centimeter ganyons. And 3 to 5 kilogram or 7 to 10 pound weights are placed on each non-anchored skate end. The bait is also standardized. We use frozen chum salmon, number 2 semi-bright or better. And the chum salmon is cut 1/10 to 1/6 of a kilogram or 1/4 to 1/3 pound. And captains are signing off on the bait quality and working with the Secretariat on board with any bait concerns. This is a map showing the 2021 Fishery Independent Setline Survey design. This year, the survey ran from May 28th to September 14th in comparison to 2019 when it ran from the 26th of May to the 22nd of September, and in 2020 when it ran from June 26th to September 9th, noting that in 2020 we did have a delayed survey due to COVID-19. This year, we had 13 vessels participate in the survey in comparison to 2019, where there were 18 vessels and 11 vessels in 2020. And there was 1,346 stations in 2021 in comparison to 1,531 in 2019 and 951 in 2020. This year we did complete a fixed and snap gear comparison in IPHC Regulatory Area 3A. Each station was fished twice, once with fixed gear and once with snap gear. This shows the stations where this gear comparison was completed in Seward. This map in particular shows the fixed hooks, the early stations versus the late stations. This year, the snap vessel completed their early stations, and then the fixed vessel completed all stations in Seward, and then our snap vessel completed the later stations. And this shows our ineffective stations and sightings in 2021. We did have 1 pinniped predated station and 2A this year, and 3 shark depredation stations in 3B, several whale depredation stations, 1 sperm whale in 2B, 4 in 2C, 23 in 3A, and 3 in 3B. And then 1 orca depredation station in 2A, 1 in 2C, 1 in 3B, and 9 in 4A. And then there was 1 station with that was moved outside of the 3 nautical mile range in 2B, and 6 stations with gear issues, 3 stations that were retrieved past the 24-hour mark, and then 2 stations with sand fleas, resulting in 59 stations that were deemed ineffective for 2021. The secondary objective of the FIS is long-term revenue neutrality. We get this long-term revenue neutrality through improved fish sale processes with a request for tender for each sale, and all bids are rated against specified criteria. We've established controls for review and the approval for each sale, and all buyers are invoiced. We've also improved the charter agreement process with requests for tenders, and all submissions are rated against specified criteria as listed in the tender specifications. Additionally, we are meeting this secondary objective through the sale of sampled U32 Pacific halibut, and noting that the price of U32 halibut is slightly less than the O32. And our tertiary objectives is collaboration with various external parties. Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, we work on 8 stations off the coast of Washington called our Rockfish Index stations, where we collect additional rockfish information and do 100% hook sampling on those 8 stations. In Alaska, we collect Pacific cod and spiny dogfish data. And we also are working with additional parties for agreements for 2022 and moving forward. These links here will provide you with access to the 2021 FIS results. You can also go to the data link on the IPHC website. And this will show the predicted versus actual catch of O32 catch by IPHC regulatory area. Noting this is for fixed gear only, so we did not include the snap gear that was performed in Seward in 2021. Overall, coastwide, we caught 75% of the predicted O32 catch in 2021. In 2A, we did see 109% of the predicted catch. 2B was at 94%. We had 2C at 77%. 3A was at 67%. 3B was a little higher at 121%. 4A is 63%. 4B at 40%. And area 4CDE at 48%. I do want to note, as also mentioned in the paper, that there are some stations that were not completed in area 4A, 4B, and area 4CDE, which do lead to these predicted values being higher than the actual catch. There were a little over 40 stations left incomplete in area 4CDE, and 11 stations left incomplete in area 4A.
Kayla, I might just interrupt there. I see Angus has a question. If you're willing to take that now, or would you prefer to wait for all questions to the end?
You can go ahead, Angus.
Okay, go ahead, Angus.
Yeah, I was just curious about the snap gear comparison charter and the timing. Was it comparable versus the fixed gear part of it? Just in terms of being able to, use it as a direct comparison, time of year wise, that sort of thing?
I'd like to have Ian kind of chime in on that a bit more.
Yeah, thanks, Kayla. Ian Stewart here. We did see some differences in catch rates in the snap versus fixed comparison that were in a different direction than we've seen in the last 2 experiments. And there are a couple of factors that were contributing. One is that there was some difference in timing between the 2 gear types. The second is that, unlike the earlier experiments, we didn't have as many vessels involved. So although the order was randomized, it was a much smaller experiment. And then, of course, it only occurred in a single charter area, where previously we had done multiple charter areas, both in 2B and 2C. So the upshot of all that is it didn't really, it didn't finish the calibration the way we thought it was going to. So perhaps more on that later on as we get into some of Ray's presentation, and or we can pick this up again later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's see. All right, so the average price per pound in US dollar by IPHC regulatory area, we did see a good increase from 2020 with a coastwide average price, again in US dollars, at $6.86. Noting in 2A, we had an average price of $5.18, and then in 2B, again, US dollar at $8.09. And you can see those Alaska prices as well. And then this table will show the Pacific halibut sales in US dollars by IPHC regulatory area, as well as the total. Our total halibut sales in US dollars is $5,646,747.85. And again, that table will show the sales broken down by regulatory area. In 2022, the request for tender process, the tender specifications will be released in December prior to the holidays. Tender specifications will continue to be simplified a bit with clear expectations, noting the need to have communications on board and those base costs for communications and customs fees being rolled into those lump sum bids. This is the same as it was for 2021, but we will continue to do that for 2022 and moving forward. As I've noted, these tender specifications will be available online in December, and the deadline will be January 31st of 2022, with the plan to allow everybody to reach out with any questions or comments, concerns they may have between now and then. And that is all. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Kayla. Any questions, comments from RAB members? Yes, go ahead, Sean.
Yes, Kayla, I was wondering, I noticed that there was fewer boats participating in the surveys this year. I was wondering how difficult.
Sorry, we just lost you there. If you want to try again, Sean.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I was just wondering, Kayla, if you had more difficulty in finding boats for the survey. I noticed there's fewer boats participating this year, and as I recall, this is the first year where there was a 10% penalty for boats not being done by September 1st. I was just wondering if that goal was met, if there's any boats that were fishing beyond that September 1st date. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. As noted, the survey did run till September 14th, noting that there was only the SNAP vessel running that late. We did, as you noted, did have that 10% penalty noted in the tender specifications and vessel contracts. However, in general, I didn't necessarily see a decline in a significant decline in bids for 2021. As noted earlier, there's always the concern for those more western areas and just vessel interest in completing the work out there. But overall, I didn't see any significant difference.
Great, thank you very much. See a lot of hands, which is great. So look, I'm just going to add the three observers into the flow of hand charts. So Lyle, please ask your question. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you. It's just actually two comments. Number one, I mean, we've been doing this for a lot of years, and I just wanted to, I can be critical of things at times, but I also like to give, kudos where they're deserved. And with COVID and the logistics and moving bait and everything that goes on with getting this program up and running, I think your team did an absolutely fantastic job this summer. And I just wanted to pass that along because, like I said, we've been doing this a long time, and we see how it's getting more and more difficult like I said, with all these things going on in the world. So again, Kayla, your team did a fantastic job. Thank you. The other comment I would have is we did part of Area 3A, and I have never seen so much dogfish in my entire life of 27 years of doing charters, and we've done that area a lot. And I got to assume that that had a significant impact on the amount of halibut that was taken out of that area. But again, thank you for your team's efforts.
Yeah, thanks, Lyle, and I'll just echo that sentiment. Kayla has done, and her team has done a fantastic job this year, and a second year running dealing with COVID issues, and Kayla and her team are certainly doing a fantastic job delivering the survey. So thanks again to everybody who's been involved in delivering a successful survey for 2021. Dogfish, does anybody want to respond to dogfish, or are we going to leave that maybe till Ray does his presentation as well? So yeah, thank you for the points, Lyle. Lauren, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the ineffective stations slide showing the sperm whale depredation. I was just wondering, were those how are those reported? How is sperm whale depredation reported? I guess my question is kind of about whether or not those whales are depredating the halibut from the gear, or if those are deeper sets that are maybe catching black cod as well. Because I just don't really hear about that much halibut depredation from sperm whales in those areas. Mostly I'm hearing it on black cod.
Yeah, so we have criteria based on the condition of the fish coming on board, whether there be only Pacific halibut lips on board, or whether there be sightings within a certain range of the vessel and fish condition coming on board that lead to the determination that there's been depredation.
So there does have to be evidence that halibut specifically were targeted by the whales that are being sighted, or is it possible that a whale could be sighted and then depredation be noted for that station without visual evidence on the actual halibut?
That's correct. If the whales are sighted within a specified range.
Okay.
And I will pass to Colin Jones as well.
Hi, yeah, thanks for the question. So the criteria for the FIS, for the IPHC for sperm whale depredation is spotting within 3 nautical miles of our set. And the IPHC, I believe it was in 2018 or 2019, it was right before our 2019 Fisher Independent Setline Survey. We conducted a major overhaul of our whale depredation criteria and looked back through logbooks and all of our notes that our field staff had made and changed that criteria throughout our entire time series. So moving forward, sperm whale depredation within 3 nautical miles, it's deemed ineffective for our FIS. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. I think Doug also raised his hands. Go ahead, Doug.
I did, thank you. Good morning, Caleb. My question has to do with your slide on financial returns for the survey. And I'm curious to know why 2A, the halibut value seems to be incredibly low for that area, and I'm just wondering what you attribute that to.
Were you referring to the price or the catch?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. The price, the $5.18 a pound.
To my knowledge, the prices for our FIS Pacific halibut have generally been lower. This being my second year, I know last year we didn't conduct the survey in 2A. However, the pricing, looking back in previous years, was fairly comparable and on trend with where the 2A pricing sits in comparison to the other regulatory areas.
Yeah, I find it curious that it's so much lower than 2B, you know, and I'm just wondering if it's a function of smaller trips because of lower catch rates, or you know, why there would be such a disparity.
Yes, yeah, 2A definitely does have a lower catch rate in general. There's less trips in 2A in general, and the catch rates are significantly lower on the survey. And there's also slightly less competition with the fish buyers in these areas.
Okay, all right, thank you for that answer.
We note that in the chat there's a couple of questions from Scott. One is related to the price of the U32. So he's asking how much in price is U32 sales as opposed to O32 sales?
I believe offhand there's generally like between 5 to 8% difference between the 10 to 20 price and the U32 price. I'd have to look at the trend in general, but I would say roughly between 5 and 8% difference.
Scott had a second question, and he's asking total sales at 5.6 million. What was the total cost of the fish?
I will have to pull that number up. I don't have that in front of me at the moment, but I can follow up on that question.
Okay, we'll get back to you, Scott, on that. Are there any other comments from RAB members? If not, I would actually like to see if Grace is available to speak now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, wonderful. I'm so sorry for my connectivity issues. We're having a winter storm here in Kodiak, and it caused our internet to be out this morning. Hi, my name is Grace Allen. I'm a halibut fisherman here out of Kodiak. I fish in the 3A area. For our season in 3A, everything went remarkably well. We definitely struggled with high winds and increased storms, and I know a lot of other vessels in our area did as well, causing us to fish closer to shore than we otherwise would have. We also noticed that the starfish in our near shore sets were way up compared to previous years, I believe because the starfish population is recovering from the wasting disease. And also that the weight to length ratio, which we usually expect to be pretty high in the fall, was a little lower than in the last few years. So that's a few observations from me from the 3A area.
Great, thank you, Grace. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Grace. Tim Lower, just quick question. When you say the length to weight ratio was up, that would technically mean the fish were skinnier. Is that what you mean, or do you mean the fish were heavier?
Yes, thank you for the clarification. I mean the fish were skinnier than they were this time of year in my previous seasons.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Lyle, I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. I was just curious, do we know what percentage of those small fish make up the load? Like, is it 5%, 10%, 3%? I mean, we understand the pricing issue, but more concerned about, it seems to be a small fraction of a load versus if you actually brought in, 25% or 30% of those undersized or, smaller fish.
Is that question to me? No, sorry, I don't have a specific percentage on how many were small compared to what I consider the average size for this time of year.
Might pass to Kayla to see if there's any additional information there. Kayla.
Yeah, I would say it was quite variable dependent on the regulatory area. There were certain, or charter area even, that did see significantly more U32s than other areas. For example, a point that I didn't make in 2A, there were some additional U32 catch in those areas where I also know that we saw a considerable amount in 4A. But again, it's variable across charter areas.
Thanks, Kayla. Any additional questions or follow-up? Sorry, Colin, go ahead.
Hey, Lyle, this is Colin. I just did some quick math. The total percentage of our U32 sales for poundage-wise for the FIS was about 3.7% of the total sold halibut on the FIS for 2021. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. That's what I was asking. Appreciate it.
Okay, any more questions or comments for Kayla and the team? Okay, not seeing any, and noting that it's 10:29, let's all break for 15 minutes just to refresh ourselves, and then we'll come back with Dr. Webster, who has a number of questions. Just before I do that, though, I do note that Scott Mazzone did have a question there. Can I just confirm I was out of the room for a moment that it was taken? It was? Fantastic. Thank you. Awesome. So let's break for 15 minutes, and we will come back at 10:45. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. I understand there was a question about the overall budget and expenditure for the Fishery Independent Setline Survey for this past year. And so I'm going to share my screen, which is, let me give that a go and see if it works first before I... Okay. So noting this is relatively small text, you will need to either maximize or zoom in on your individual screen. And what we have on the screen at the moment is the Fishery Independent Setline Survey income, so the actual for both income and expenses for 2021 season. As you can see, the overall total income for 2021 was $5.84 million, and our total expenditures were just over $5 million, leaving a surplus of $803,000. As you're aware, the Fishery Independent Setline Survey has a medium-term goal of revenue neutrality. Last year we were slightly negative. This year we're quite positive, primarily because of the higher fish prices that we received throughout the season. And the intention is that over the next few years we will use up that $803,000 surplus, noting the deficit from last year and the additional sampling program that Dr. Webster is about to talk to in just a moment in terms of what we're proposing for 2022 and then also 2023. So this is the holistic budget. It's all salaries and wages, for examples, and expenditure, benefits, training, etc., for the entire Fishery Independent Setline Survey. So I'll pause there, noting that that was a question from Sean, I believe, and see if there are any follow-up questions. Yes, go ahead, Kayla, first. Thank you.
I just wanted to make a quick point there. If you notice, the fish sales number was slightly higher, and that is due to that value was for that fiscal year, and there were some small amount of funds received in the 2021 fiscal year, but not for the 2021 FIS. That number was just slightly different than what the number was listed in my PowerPoint.
Thanks, Kayla. And yes, we are going through our annual auditing process, and so there are some final numbers to be moved around between each of the budget lines. And so we'll be presenting the final income versus expenditure for 2021 at the Finance and Administration Committee at the end of February next year, end of January next year. Any additional comments or questions? Lando, I see your mic going on and off, trying to ask a question. Would you like to try again?
Yeah, I was just wondering if my mic's working yet.
I can hear you, so thank you very much and welcome, Lando. So feel free to either give an update on your season or ask any additional questions or provide any comments. Go ahead, Lando.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, I don't want to hold up the agenda here, but yeah, I don't have a lot to add from all the comments already made from the Gulf. Maybe a couple from 4D area. We did get up there a little bit later than we normally do, but yeah, so the catch per unit effort was down, not substantially, but down. The size grade was down. That was commented by about a half a dozen vessels that were up there when I arrived. And so yeah, the catch rate was down, but I think that might have the weather might have contributed. They tend to fish real shallow up there, and we had some pretty adverse weather, so that might have driven them a little deeper. But the size grade was a little concerning. But all the vessels that fished earlier in the year in July and August, from what we heard, did real well, catch rate and size. So I don't know if that was an anomaly or what. And then 4A, real quick, we can't control when we get there, so the tides and the weather sort of kept us off the more productive grounds. But so we fished fairly close to Dutch, and then over near Akutan and those passes, and a little bit in the Beaver Inlet and on the south side of the island. And the size grades seem to be a little better than it has in the last couple of years. But then the weather kept us sort of pinned close to land. And we also ran some a handful, and we were hoping to get a lot more halibut slinky pots and use those and see. So supply chain issues or whatever kept us from getting more than about a dozen, or not a dozen, about a half a dozen, and we deployed those a few times with limited success. But we hope to experiment with those a little bit more next year. I think the largest halibut we caught in one of those early prototype slinky halibut pots was about 18 pounds. I don't think we had more than about 3 fish in any given pot. So yeah, that's about it. Again, weather was tough all year.
Thanks very much, Lando. Any questions, comments for Lando? Or any additional comments or questions regarding the budget-ish topic? Not so. Doug. Oh, Doug, yes. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, I'm curious, and this probably goes back a long time in history, so forgive me if I don't understand this one, but why is revenue neutrality a goal of the survey?
Thanks, Doug. Very, very good question. The primary reason that the Commission has agreed to adopt a position of medium-term revenue neutrality for the Fishery Independent Setline Survey is because the research that's being undertaken as part of the survey is extracting public resource. And so there are restrictions both in Canada and the USA in terms of how the contracting parties can or cannot harvest the resource for the purposes of undertaking research, and whether that fish can be sold and the revenue from that sale be used for operational purposes. For example, the Fishery Independent Setline Survey revenue cannot be used for our general operations. It can only be used to fund ongoing research activities as part of the Fishery Independent Setline Survey. So the short answer is, because it's a public resource, the Commission does not want to profit or will not profit from the sale of fish that are harvested for undertaking the research.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes, thanks, Doug. Lando, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, my mic wasn't working earlier, so I would ask these questions. I was just hoping that Kayla could shed some light on why there were so many stations in 4D and 4B that went unsurveyed.
Yeah, so unfortunately there were just an overwhelming amount of logistical, technological, mechanical issues in those areas. All of Area 4 experienced a slew of problems, whether it be weather, whale predation, and as I mentioned, logistical, mechanical, technical issues. And the vessels in those areas were just hit with one problem after another. It was just, if it could happen, it happened. Just one of those seasons, unfortunately.
Any additional questions or follow-up comments? If not, I think we can move on to agenda item 5.2 then. Thank you very much, Kayla. And Dr. Webster is going to present a series of papers. But before he does that, I just would like to acknowledge that Commissioner de Grief has joined us in the meeting. So welcome, Commissioner de Grief. And with that, I will pass to Dr. Webster. Over to you, Ray.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, so I am Ray Webster. Since I missed the introductions, I'm the biometrician here, and you'll get to see a fair bit of the kind of things I work on in these coming presentations over the next 20, 30 minutes or so. Okay, so as has been discussed earlier by Kayla and others, or alluded to earlier, we've undertaken a process of rationalization of the FIS in recent years. And part of that process is the evaluation of design proposals for the subsequent 3 years. And I'll be reviewing that process and the designs that arise from that process for 2022 to 2024 in this presentation. So the IPHC FIS is our most important source of data on Pacific halibut. It provides the data for estimating weight, numbers per unit effort, indices of density and abundance. It's used to estimate stock trends, stock distribution, and is an important input in the stock assessment. Also provides biological data for use in the stock assessment. From 1993 to 2019, we've been conducting a FIS every year, and that survey has standardized for bait and fishing gear. From 1993 to 97, the coverage was limited and generally restricted to the core IPHC regulatory areas of 2B, 2C, 3A, and 3B. And it had a somewhat different layout of stations than the current design, which was introduced in 1998 on a 10 by 10 nautical mile grid. By 2001, we had annual coverage occurring in all IPHC regulatory areas in depths from 20 to 275 fathoms throughout most of the range, but from 75 to 275 fathoms along the Bering Sea shelf edge. By 2010, data from other sources showed that not all Pacific halibut habitat was covered by the FIS. So we had halibut present outside the depth range that we were sampling, and also we had coverage gaps even within the standard depth range in most regulatory areas, all regulatory areas. And such unsampled habitat meant there was the potential for bias in estimates derived from FIS data if, say, the densities were higher or lower in the unsampled habitat than the sampled habitat. And therefore, we undertook a series of expansions in order to improve coverage. So during those expansions, the FIS occupied for the first time 34% of the stations on the full 10 nautical mile grid that had been previously unsampled. And this led to an improved understanding of density and distribution of Pacific halibut and reduced bias, with indices for several regulatory areas being revised upwards or downwards. And uncertainty in estimates was reduced in most regulatory areas. And these improvements were apparent throughout the time series, not only in the year of the expansion. This resulted in an expanded grid of 1,890 stations that provided a full FIS design, and this design is now the basis for selection of stations in each annual FIS going forwards. So this map shows the full FIS design of 1,890 stations, each station marked with an orange circle. And as well as our own grid in orange, we also make use of data from the NIMS Fishery Independent Trawl Survey in the Bering Sea through a calibration based on the years in which our two surveys overlapped in 2006 and 2015. And those stations are indicated in blue. And there's also what formerly was a triennial and now a annual survey conducted by Alaska Department of Fish and Game in Norton Sound, and that's indicated in red, and we use those data as well because we are not able to fish the shallow waters of the Bering Sea on a regular basis. Since 2016, the data from the surveys have been compiled using space-time modeling, and that modeling has two key purposes. It smooths the data in time and space, makes use of information on spatial and temporal relationships among survey stations to sort the signal from the noise, to get at the underlying density and not just separate that from just random noise that you might see showing up in the raw data. And it fills in gaps in survey coverage using model predictions while accounting for uncertainty. So the gaps we previously used to fill using ad hoc scaling factors based on rather complicated calculations. And the objectives of the FIS have been mentioned already today. The primary objective is the scientific objective, and that's to sample halibut for stock assessment and stock distribution estimation. And that dictates minimum sampling requirements in terms of station distribution, station count, and skates per station. We have secondary objective, which is long-term revenue neutrality, which affects the design in requiring us to consider logistics and cost, the operational feasibility and revenue neutrality of the survey. And then we have tertiary objectives, which include minimizing the impact on the stock of the FIS, assisting others to collect data on a cost recovery basis, and ad hoc decisions of the Commission regarding the FIS design. So the design review process that has evolved since this rationalization was undertaken following the final expansion in 2019 can be summarized in this calendar schematic. And so we can consider a review process in the upper section of the figure, and the analysis process. So began the calendar from March because that's following the annual meeting, which is kind of the end of the process for the previous year, and then the process for the subsequent year begins. And so from March to April, we develop and revise the FIS designs for the next 3 years. So in 2021, at the beginning of this year, we began developing the designs for 2022 to 2024. In June, the SRB, as part of the review process, first part of the review process, has a meeting towards the end of June where they review the design proposals. And then based on their input, we may have further work on refining those designs in the following couple of months. At the Commissioner work meeting in September, there is a review of those design proposals by the commissioners. For the first time, they get to see those proposals, and pretty much immediately after that, the data for the current year are finalized, allowing us to undertake modeling of the current year's data over the month of October. So those data are not informing the process for designs for review and analysis for 2022. For example, in 2021, we didn't have the 2021 available when designing the FIS for 2022. So that's something worth being aware of. There is a lag in this process. At IM, we have the commissioner's decision on the designs that are to go forward for particular final decision for 2022, but also preliminary decisions for 2023 and 2024. There's still the possibility for ad hoc adjustments at the annual meeting in January. And layered over that formal review process and the analytical side of the process, we have the possibilities of stakeholder input throughout this process. So we have potential for input during the FIS preparation time. So where our FIS team can consult with potential bidders and others interested from stakeholders interested in providing input on the FIS design. We also have input during the FIS itself, particularly from the charter vessel operators and communication with folks in ports between our staff and those in ports. We get feedback particularly again from charter operators during the post-FIS season. And right here and now, we have the process open for feedback from the Research Advisory Board one day before the interim meeting begins. And also during the charter bid submission period, we also get quite a bit of feedback from potential bidders and others. So the proposed FIS designs for 22 to 24, as in 21, we proposed designs using efficient sub-area sampling in areas 2A, 4A, and 4B. And I will come back to the review process and your input in subsequent slides, in case you have questions on that. But and they incorporate a randomized design in the core areas, 2B, 2C, 3A, 3B, which comprise the bulk of the stock and are important to sample with high spatial coverage on an annual basis. And we continue to propose sampling, but we have more efficient designs elsewhere. We continue to propose sampling all the standard FIS stations in 4CDE, which is a highly dynamic area with apparently northward shifting distribution, but uncertainty regarding its connectivity with populations near to and within the Russian waters. And it's likely that these designs represent the maximum effort that can be deployed outside the core areas in coming years while still meeting the secondary objective. So this is the proposed design for 2022. And as I noted, looking for my pointer, there it is. We have a randomized design in the core areas, 2B to 3B, except the inside waters of 2B where we're not sampling due to near zero densities, the one time we did sample it in 2018. And then sampling basically the core part of the stock in 2A in 2022 and 4A in 2022, all of 4CDE. And 4B, we sampled the eastern part of 4B in 2021, and our analysis of historical data shows that we need to revisit the western part of did I say eastern? Yes, the west. You know, you get tripped up because the date line or whatever it is down the middle. But in terms of this map, I'll call this the western part of 4B in 2022, because our analysis of historical data shows that this is an area that can undergo relatively rapid change over a short time frame. So it should be sampled every 3 years or so. And the last time we sampled this area was and it was partially sampled in 2019. It hasn't been fully sampled since 2017. So to avoid the risk of bias, we've proposed sampling that in 2022, but returning in 2023 to sampling the more productive eastern part of 4B. In 2023 also includes sampling the shelf edge in 4A and continuing the randomized sampling in the core areas and the core and the focusing on the high density areas of 2A. Similarly in 2024, similar design in 2024. For the areas that we don't have included in these maps, and there are a few of them, including the eastern part of 4A and the lower density areas of 2A, they are proposed to be sampled less frequently and would be picked up in subsequent years, soon after 2024. And Scott is asking, has noted that the sampling in 2A looks very similar to 2021, and that is correct. It is the same design as 2021 that we are proposing in the subsequent 3 years. Our analysis of 2A data, the historical data, has shown that the bulk of the stock, up to 70% of the stock, is in those areas that we've marked for sampling, proposed for sampling, and that the remaining parts of the stock are very stable in terms of their contribution to the overall biomass in area 2A. So they, at least based on historical trends, we can sample those infrequently and still have a low chance of bias and high precision in our estimates for 2A. And part of our evaluation is looking at how precise these estimates are. And one thing quantity we look at is the coefficient of variation, which is a measure of relative variability, the variance standard deviation divided by the mean. So it's a measure that's relatively consistent regardless of how high the density is in a particular area in a particular year. And we have a target range of less than 15% per regulatory area. And in 2020, because of the lack of a survey in 2A, 4A, and 4B, we actually exceeded the target in 2020 and in the couple of years prior to that as well. But we're well within the target within the core areas and for CDE because of the extensive NIMS troll survey in particular. And our designs in those areas are either complete or high sampling rate randomized designs. So we will meet the targets in those areas without concern. Our main concern is the edges of the stock 2A, 4A, and 4B. And our proposed designs over the subsequent 3 years are expected to return us to being within the target CV range for those areas. There's also the consideration of cost, and we mentioned that the need to look at the revenue neutrality under the secondary objectives of the FIS. And so the designs that we proposed already incorporate some consideration of cost. These are we are proposing logistically efficient to sub-area designs in the lower density areas, and so that provides for a more efficient survey to be undertaken in those areas, and in focusing on the areas with the regions with the highest density for most frequent surveying in those areas, for most frequent sampling in those areas, then we also keep costs down. And we know that the FIS is funded by sales of captured fish and is intended to have long-term revenue neutrality, meaning that designs also account for expected catch, expected sale price, and charter vessel costs and so on, and bait costs and secretariat costs. So while we proposed scientifically based designs at the Scientific Review Board meeting in June, those designs can subsequently be modified to account for these secondary considerations. And so in doing so, for 2022, we have a couple of, well, this optimized design in particular that we are recommending at the interim meeting tomorrow. And this design differs from the one you just saw previously for 2022, in that it increases sampling density in the core areas to increase revenue in the FIS as a whole, and also allocates skates per station in a way that optimizes revenue as well. So if you compare the map I showed previously with this map, you'll see that there's higher station density, particularly I think we're close to 100% sampling in 2C within the 20 to 275 depth range, and higher densities of stations in 2B, 3A, and 3B. So turning to where you come in, and so as I noted, these designs are proposed based on initially proposed based on scientific objectives and possibly modified to meet secondary and tertiary objectives. However, there's potential for flexibility in FIS implementation. And so we've considered a number of ways in which we can bring some flexibility into this design process. And so some of these have been either implemented or under consideration by the Secretariat already. And these include when we add stations to meet revenue neutrality objective, we can do this in a way that excludes harder to fish deep stations, for example, and shallow stations. So if I go to this previous map, we don't have a lot of deep stations, but I don't know if you can see this larger than I can, but there are some little blue circles still on the edge of 2C, and those are deep stations that we did not add back when increasing the sampling rates. And harder to see in 3A and 3B and 2B, but we did the same there. The deep stations from 20 to 275 fathoms that were not, sorry, the deep stations that are deeper than 275 fathoms and shallow stations less than 20 fathoms that were not part of the original randomized design were not considered for inclusion in increasing the station density to help meet the target of revenue neutrality. We can also prioritize, we're also prioritizing the order in which stations are fished. So in an area like 4A, we have some stations that are more likely to be ineffective, but also have high density in the very western part of 4A. So if there's unforeseen circumstances that come up during the FIS season while the charter vessels are operating, it is best that we have those stations fished first, that we have the data from those stations under our belt already and in hand, and so those stations would be prioritized, for example. We can also reduce the skates in low density expensive regions. So that may forsake a little bit of revenue, but at the potential benefit of getting more, making the charter bids, the charter regions more appealing to potential bidders. And there may be improved sales choices regarding price accepted for bycatch species. And folks like Kayla can speak to some of these things in more detail than I am able to. Now, other options for discussion that we haven't yet implemented ourselves or considered for implementation, but some of these have already been noted today, and that's the possibility of multi-year bids. Dual vessel bids was mentioned earlier. Sharing stations between vessels to optimize tidal windows, and adding stations back into the design to improve operational efficiency. So a design like this, where we have a randomized, and particularly the original design, which had lower station density in the core areas, where we have a randomized design, there's a potential for orphan stations or one or two stations that are isolated from the others, making for an expensive operational day if the charter vessel is only able to fish one or two stations in a day. Now, if there happen to be adjacent stations within the grid that we haven't selected for sampling, then there's a potential to add those stations back into the design to provide for a more efficient fishing day. Okay, so it's basically these two slides are kind of the key slides for you folks, but I'm open to any questions on this presentation and the process for developing the designs and reviewing the designs. But the only recommendation we have is that you note this paper that presented the design proposals together with an evaluation of the proposed designs. And with that, I think I'm not sure if the intention is that I plow through the other parts of the presentations first, or we should take some questions on this. I'll leave that to Dave.
I think it's probably worthwhile pausing, both for yourself, but also just to see if there are any questions from others. So any questions or comments from RAB members? Go ahead, Angus.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether you could go back to slide 10. Yeah, so I was just looking at the FIS preparation there in terms of stakeholder input, in March, April. Is there anything kind of formal there that happens, or is that just a back and forth between staff and the skippers on a kind of informal basis? And as well, the same thing with the post-FIS feedback. What does that look like from your charter skippers or from your staff that you've had out in the vessels?
Question over to Caleb, but my understanding is that this is just part of the general process and not so much a formal process. But let's see what Kayla says.
Yes, it's particularly in the March to April range, it's informal, and then in the September and October, it's meeting with those individuals that did participate in this FIS and just getting feedback and discussing things in general.
Okay, I just had one other comment, if that's all right. There, I know in the inlets in BC, there's a very low density, especially at the time of the year that the FIS operates. The fish don't really go into those inlets until salmon are returning in the fall. And just wondering whether you feel the juice is worth the squeeze on those ones.
From the data that I haven't looked closely at this year's data, but the data in the last couple of times we fished the inlets. The last couple of times we fished the inlets in 2B, it really depends on the inlet. The northern inlets actually have quite relatively high density of halibut when we fish those. The southern inlets, less so. So it is something we've discussed internally, whether that's something we need to include in our randomized design on an annual basis, but there are other areas with similar density that we are including at present. At the moment, we're continuing to sample those inlets.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Scott, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Webster. We really like the work you've been doing here for the Commission for numerous years. I'm really very impressed with the space-time modeling that you've come up with. I'm looking at slide number 17, and I understand and I agree with your limited sampling in Area 2A and trying to cut costs yet still capture the population dynamics in that area. My concern is what would happen when we have a hypoxic event, and those hypoxic events usually happen exactly where you've indicated the stations to be sampled.
In the areas in orange, is that what you're saying, Scott?
That is correct, yes. We see it, hypoxic events occur off the coast of Washington and usually around central Oregon as well.
Right, yes, and I recall that in Washington and recent hypoxic events. Yeah, so by sampling those areas, the effect of those events in the data, which is what we hope the FIS will do, is what happened last time we had a major hypoxia event when we were sampling the areas in between as well. Those lower density areas are going to be less affected by such events simply because there's less fish to be affected by. And we didn't really see the last time a hypoxic event occurred that those fish were moving outwards, that the density from the affected areas, that the density did not increase substantially in, say, I'm not even sure we sampled, in the northern Oregon or southern Washington coasts as fish moved out of that area. So, there is a risk with sampling with this kind of design. Those hypoxic events are relatively infrequent. As you've noted, we're likely to capture their effect with this design, but there is a risk that we're going to miss something by missing some of the habitat in most years. It's our analysis of past data have shown, and this is why we've come up with this design, that risk is relatively low, in that it's by sampling those areas every, I think it's in the order of 5 years that we're proposing, 5 years or so, less for the most southern end of the range, that the chance of missing some event that changes the biomass in a large way and the distribution of biomass in a large way over a shorter time period is very low. Those are things we have not seen in the historical time series. Does that help?
Thank you, Dr. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Webster. Our concern is that you said that there very infrequently these hypoxic events occur, only we're seeing them occur much more regularly in recent years, and we have a fear that it's going to continue to get worse. And we're just concerned that if we are not sampling the whole area, we're not actually capturing where the fish go. Clearly, this is a summertime event, so when big storms break up the hypoxia in the fall and winter, then the fish will migrate back into the areas. And we're just concerned we're not capturing what's actually happening in 2A, and we'll continue to raise this concern in the future. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Lyle, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ray. Good presentation. I was just curious, when we're out there trying to do the job, when we move up and do 8 skates, we're really limited to doing 3 stations a day. I mean, it's just almost impossible to do an 8 and do a 4. I mean, you finish at 1 or 2 in the morning and try again at 5, you just kill your crew. When we do 6s or less, that's on our end of it, that's a more efficient day because we can get through 4 stations doing 6 skates or 5. 7, we did them, but it was tough. But definitely 8s make it impossible. Is there a bit of a trade-off? I'm assuming one of the biggest costs is bait. And what's the trade-off of doing more stations at 6 as opposed to less stations at 8? I'm assuming that was looked at some point.
Yeah, thanks, Ray. Lyle, you're absolutely right. We recognize that it's more expensive both in terms of bait as well as in time and energy to fish 8 skates. And so the solution for our planning does depend on the relative catch rates and the price of bait. And we also assume that there's going to be an increase in bid costs if we move from 6 to 8 skates or 6 to 7 or then up to 8 skates. So all those things are factored in. The only areas in which we propose a design that includes 8 skates is where it actually pencils out to be better in terms of the overall cost, where essentially the catch rates outweigh the additional costs of the bidding as well as the bait to make it more cost efficient to fish those 8 skates at those stations, noting that we do understand that reduces things down to 3 stations per day. As Dr. Webster noted, we have tried to avoid, in this year's design, in response to previous feedback, and we understand especially those 8 skates in the deep stations can be really tedious with so much gear to set on either end of the sets. So we have, in this year's design, we have limited the use of 8 skates in additional stations, particularly in the deep water where we could. So, I would sort of step back and note that for the first time, we now have a rationalized design that we've brought down under the 1,200 station range, which is pretty consistent with our historical footprint. So I think this is the first year, this planning for 2022 is the first year that we're finally seeing some of the benefits of the expansion, in that we are bringing the footprint back down to consistent levels with historical surveys, but we're actually getting more information as a function of that. And as Sean noted earlier on, we're doing this without missing any regulatory areas this year. Obviously, 2020 was an exception in virtually all dimensions. But for 2022, we're going to have strong sampling in all IPHC regulatory areas. We've reduced that overall footprint. And as I've noted, we've tried to reduce the application of 8 skates in the deep water as well. And part of this, getting back to our earlier discussion in the morning, is that we have been able to use a bit of that extra revenue that was generated last year to reduce our overall station count. So this 2022 design is kind of the first time we're getting paid back for all the work that went in beginning in 2014 all the way up through 2019 with the expansion efforts. And the final factor that leads to this design this year is the relatively good prices that were observed in 2021. We are projecting a slight decrease in price, and this design is still viable, even under a small decrease in price projected for 2022. But should it hold up, we'll actually have additional flexibility in the future.
Sure. I do have a follow-up and just a comment. Right now in BC, our fleet is getting over $10 a pound for the fish being landed. So I'm not really too sure why you're proposing that there could be a decrease in price. Maybe that's just like a better buffer zone when you're doing math, which I understand. But I mean, honestly, we're seeing increases and demand is significantly going up for the product. The other question I did have is and this was specific to sort of inside of Sitka, but I was curious, there were some stations, and it was 32, 38, and 32, 36 that they were actually moved. We used to do a station on the west side of the channel, and they were moved to the east side of the channel. And I was kind of curious, was it changed because of depth? Is that what we're kind of looking at? Is like most of those were in the 220 and 210s, I believe, and then that one ended up on a ledge in about 135 or something. So was that moved just to try and figure out density in depth in that area, if that makes sense?
Previously fish station, that probably wasn't quite on the grid and has been replaced by a station that is on the grid. So it was simply just to make the grid more consistent with that 10 nautical mile design that we were originally intending to fish.
Great, thank you.
Great, thanks. Doug, go ahead.
Yeah, Lyle in his introductory comments made the comment that our fishery is kind of a bit in transition these days in BC, and that we, due to yellow eye conservation restraints and bycatch issues, we're not able to fish a large part of our coast. And most of the fleet, or a lot of the fleet, is sort of fishing in deeper water and offshore a bit more than traditionally we've done. Is there an opportunity for the commission to survey some of the shallower waters? Because I feel that we're in danger of not getting any information very soon in the commercial fishery from those areas. It's simply not possible to fish in a large part of BC now. And could the commission look at concentrating in those areas a bit more, just to make sure that they actually get surveyed and sampled?
Good question, Doug. I'm looking to see if anybody would like to field that one. Go ahead, Ian.
Thanks for the question, Doug. I mean, I think this is an ongoing challenge for our survey, particularly in 2B waters, not necessarily with regard to yellow eye, but with regard to closed areas. Our survey team has made just heroic efforts year after year requesting access to all of the stations in our design. And as you probably know, most of the time we've been declined on that. We have a few stations that have been accepted from some of the MPAs that have been put in. We're well aware that there's additional areas that may go into place, but we do our best every year to request access to those areas to provide, even if they are closed, to provide monitoring of halibut in those areas. And so I think you're right in some sense that our survey, as it currently stands, probably will serve as one of the best tools for monitoring halibut and perhaps even some of these other species into shallower waters, noting that we include stations all the way into 10 fathoms. So I think this is where we could use your help in supporting through Fisheries and Oceans, supporting our efforts to continue sampling at these stations. You know, our footprint overall in 2B waters is not such that we're going to be doing any conservation harm to any of the resources there, but yet we can provide a very strong monitoring backbone for those areas that the commercial fishery and perhaps no fisheries are going to be accessing in the near future. But this is, nonetheless, this is a big challenge for us going forward.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. I think we all understand the challenge, and it's certainly for fishermen in our area, it's a huge source of frustration these days. So we get the challenge that you're up against.
Thanks, Doug. Angus, go ahead.
Yeah, I've brought this up before, but again this summer we did the inshore rockfish survey, and this year was a northern year, so we sort of surveyed from the bottom of Haida Gwaii up to the top, Alaska border, and on the west side of Haida Gwaii, which was the area our boat surveyed, we typically catch at least 3/4 of the halibut landed in that survey in that area, and it really doesn't seem to me to be represented on the survey well. And I know it's because the 10 nautical mile grid and how that works with that very tight shelf break there. But I was just wondering whether there was a way you could get experimental stations or something else in there that might more accurately represent the density, because there's a whole whack of fish out there, and in terms of a revenue neutrality standpoint, I think it would be very productive to the survey.
Nevertheless, we did have a similar question come up in IPHC Regulatory Area 2A a few years ago, where there were concerns that our 10 nautical mile density was missing a particular sliver of depth in the northern part of 2A. So we doubled the station density in that part for 2 years, and there's no reason to assume that the results would be the same for a different area like the west coast of Haida Gwaii, but we didn't find it had that this increased station density. It didn't teach us anything new. We were sampling relatively well already, and it had no impact on the overall catch rates. And I would expect, based on how small this sliver is, and given that we are getting high density stations, I think in recent years the station off the tip of southern tip of Haida Gwaii has been one of our highest, or our highest catch rate station in 2B. That because it's such a small area, that even if we increase density there, it would have a negligible impact on the overall catch rates for 2B.
Okay, thank you. And as well, just curious about how you feel that the space-time modeling will, work into the future going ahead with climate change and that sort of, all the uncertainty coming.
So Ian has had a nice sort of summary of that for his IM presentation, which you'll hopefully get to see tomorrow. But density due to climate change. We might not pick up something that's happening over a 1 to 2 year period in the west of 4B, for example, or the central part of 2A, but we will, if there are longer term changes or medium term, shorter term changes in density in the distribution of Pacific halibut, those are things we can expect to detect with the design as it is. And And if densities shift, then we can change the design in response to those shifting densities by, say, increasing area and increasing the frequency of sampling in an area that has become more prone to change, or increasing the frequency of sampling in an area that now has a higher density than it used to in the past. These are things that this review process for the design going forward are basically developed to detect and respond to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doug. I see there's a couple of questions in the chat, Ray. I don't know if you can see those and you just want to read the last two, I think. One from
I can see those.
Scott,
Thanks,
or both
Dave.
from Scott, and then another from Sean.
I already
so three, sorry.
I believe we've already addressed Scott's questions, and he can correct me if I'm wrong. But Sean's question is for anyone who can't see it. Given uncertainty of X
Yes, thank you. Multi-year bid, it would be something the bidder would have to take into consideration, that it could be potentially challenging to estimate. However, we are offering this as an alternative based on input provided from RAB members previously. But yes, it could be challenging to project for those multi-year bids, but it is an option that we are making available.
Okay, well, look, in the interest of time and not seeing any more hands raised, Ray, I'll pass to you to go through the next few agenda items. Thanks, Ray. Over to you.
in this presentation that but only two of these are going to be covered by the presentation. So I'll be reviewing some modeling of IPHC length weight data that we've undertaken this year based on data from the last 5 years or so. The document only provides a review of the IPHC hook competition standardization. This was initially written for with the target audience of the Scientific Review Board, but we've included it here because hook competition, and it's already been touched on in the actions arising discussion. And so that document is there for your review. It's a fairly technical document, but you should be able to follow at least the gist of what we're doing and how we're accounting for standardization, and how we're looking going forward, so using maybe additional data from hook timers, as discussed earlier, to either validate or modify this adjustment process. So the third topic is accounting for the effects of whale depredation on the FIS. So I'll go straight into these. So the IPHC and other agencies sampling Pacific halibut use a standard length-weight relationship to estimate Pacific halibut weight from length when direct weight measurements are not recorded. And this relationship was estimated in 1926 from 454 fish captured in IPHC Regulatory Area 2B, which, when you say that out loud, makes it sound like it's a tiny sample in a long time ago, and so how you wonder how could this be a useful relationship now. But When Bill Clark reviewed the relationship in 1991, looking at data that was contemporary to the time, it showed the relationship held up very well, and there was no move to modify or update the relationship at that time. But in recent years, there's been evidence that the historical relationship is biased. In particular, the weight has been, in most regulatory areas, overestimated on average. Pacific halibut appear to have become thinner since the relationship was estimated almost 100 years ago. So over the last few years, we've collected excellent data sources for the purpose of looking at this relationship and whether it's changed in recent years. So since 2015, the IPHC commercial sampling program has collected dockside weight data on Pacific halibut. So this is, and for most of that time, the goal has been to weigh every single fish that is sampled, selected for sampling by our port samplers, our commercial samplers. And since 2019, the fish charter vessels have been equipped with motion compensated scales with the goal of weighing all captured Pacific halibut. And again, we've generally weighed the overwhelming majority of halibut, typically more than 90%, and often more than 95% of fish are weighed, individual fish are weighed on board the vessels on our charter vessels. And so we have 3 years of data for that. So these data allow us to obtain contemporary estimates of the length-weight relationship and examine variation in this relationship over time and across space. So here's the table to summarize. It's not just simply estimating a relationship. These relationships have a bunch of multipliers, conversion factors, depending on which weight we're interested in or which weight we're recording. So, and a lot of this is probably more familiar to the folks on the RAB than it is to me, having to collect these some of these data yourself, and folks doing the charter vessels as well. So round weight is head on, not gutted, no ice and slime, and we have a multiplier of 0.75 to convert that to net weight. Net weight is our standard, basically, currency of weight. It's what we use when we are presenting our weight per unit effort data. It's how stock biomass is presented in terms of net weight generally. And catch limits as well, I believe. So, and then we have gross weight, which is head on, gutted with ice and slime. There's a multiplier of 0.8624, which assumes a 10% head weight, 2% shrinkage, or 12% head, 2% ice and slime. Originally, it was developed as a 12% head weight, and then it turned out that the head weights were closer to 10%. This was when Bill Clark did his analysis in 91. It otherwise assumed to account for shrinkage of 2%. Dressed weight, which is how we weigh the fish on board the charter vessels in general. Head on, gutted, no ice and slime, multiplier of 0.88, because we don't have to deal with ice and slime deduction. Gross dockside weight, head on, gutted with ice and slime. There is a slightly different deduction port side depending on where you are. The deductions are either multiplicative or they're additive in the case of 2A and 2B. We have dressed weight at the dock, head on, no ice and slime, which is just a 0.9, accounting for the head weight. And then we have net, which is head off, gutted, no ice and slime, washed. So as well as estimating the relationship of particularly between net weight and length, we were also interested in collecting these data in validating these various multipliers to convert from whatever recorded weight to net weight. Oh, and I have little notes saying that where some of these various measurements are made on the FIS or the commercial. So to do this, we fitted linear models on the log scale to estimate parameters of the length-weight relationship, which is the standard way of estimating these relationships. It gives you how steep the growth of the curve is and where the relationship would hit what you expect the weight to be for a fish of zero length. And so I have a sample of some of these relationships just to capture the overall patterns that we're seeing in the data. So these curves show the estimated length to net weight relationships by IPHC regulatory area. Each curve represents a different regulatory area. This is from commercial data, and this is for data from 2020, which is fairly typical of what we see in the commercial data. And what I'm trying to convey here is that there's quite a bit of variability, spatial variability in these relationships. Particularly, you can see this for as the spread increases for larger fish. But if we were to zoom down at the lower end of the curve, you'd see something similar as well in general. The historical relationship is the bolder line in blue. Depending how big your screen is, it may be hard to see that. And almost all areas are showing a relationship that is lower. The curve is lower than that historical relationship. But there is a spread depending on which areas. We have one area which is pretty much on top of the relationship, and that is IPHC regulatory area 3B, which has consistently shown good agreement with the historical relationship. So takeaway from this is that we have differences from the historical relationship. Fish tend to be skinnier from the commercial data, but there's variability in how much those relationships differ depending on regulatory area. So now this is focusing on one example of a regulatory area. This is 2C, which is consistently below the historical relationship in blue. But there's relatively good agreement compared to the spatial differences in that relationship from year to year. Okay, there's not a lot of differences in the curves. The curves are not changing over in a meaningful way over the 5-year time span that we're looking at in these figures. So we have spatial variability, but relatively temporal consistency. And so with the FIS data, we did the same model fitting process, but we only had, when I was doing this, we only had data from 2019 and 2020. So we do have 2021 data now, so this can be updated. But when preparing these this analysis, I only had 2 years worth of data. And so as well as the O32 fish, we do have U32 fish that we don't have in the commercial data, which were recorded in 2019 with both round and dressed weight, which allowed us to estimate a round to dressed weight relationship for use in subsequent years. So for U32 fish, we're measuring round weight in 2020 and 2021 in general, and then estimating dressed weight, net weight from this relationship estimated from the 2019 data. And again, we see a similar picture in terms of spatial variability in these relationships among IPHC regulatory areas, where, again, the blue curve this time is somewhere in the middle, somewhere above some of these areas. But we do have quite a wide spread among IPHC regulatory areas. And it looks like I've left off the comparison with temporal spread because we only had 2 years worth of data, so it's hard to get much information out of that. Now, comparing the commercial and the FIS relationships, noting that these are different data sources. The commercial data has is sampled from March through November or December, depending on where we're sampling, whereas the FIS data is concentrated over the May to September summer period. But the FIS data, on the other hand, has a greater spatial spread in that we're sampling places where the commercial fleet don't go. We may expect differences between commercial and FIS relationships. Here's an example where we don't get a difference. This is IPHC regulatory area 2C in 2019, where the two curves for commercial and FIS agree very well, and both are under the curve for the historical relationship. That's not always the case. Here we have another example. This is 2C in 2020, where we have a difference between the FIS and the commercial curves. So in summary, the commercial data, as I mentioned, is collected throughout the fishing season, but is limited to fishing grounds. The FIS data is more temporally limited to the summer survey period, but is more spatially extensive. So we have two different data sources. There is overlap, but they're somewhat complementary. We'd like to come up with, if we're going to revise the historical, if we're going to revise the relationship that people are using to estimate weight from length, then it would be desirable to have this as simple as possible, not have 20 30 different relationships depending on where you are and when you're fishing. So with a view to that, we looked at a couple of models for combining these two data sources. So we fitted this model one fitted a single relationship to all the data. So it just ignored what the source of data was and fitted a relationship. And model two allowed the parameters to differ between the two data sources. So we'd have a different relationship for commercial versus the fish data. And we only did this for 2019 and 2020 because we only because that's when we had the fish data for comparison. And noting also that in 2020, we only had data from 2B, 2C, 3A, and eastern part of 3B. So it was a more limited comparison for 2020. And as well as fitting these models, we're interested in how, even if there are differences, do these differences matter? So it depends what you're using these weights for. And one of the things we use them for is for estimating mean weight for each regulatory area each year, and we're interested in seeing how that changes. And so do the mean weights differ depending, if we're predicting from this relationship, depending on whether we're using model 1 or model 2? Do we have, or versus the historical curve? So in summary, there's much more detail in the accompanying report. But model PERP2, which is the model that allows for differences between the two data sources, produced mean net weights that were within 1% of observed means for both commercial and FIS data each year in each regulatory area. And you can't really hope to do better than that. But we're interested, in most cases, model 1 produced very good agreement as well, with mean net weights within 2% of observed means. And given that we're trying to come up with something quite simple there, I think a difference of 2% is still better than what we're doing now with the historical relationship, which had differences between predicted and observed means ranging from 1% to almost 11% for commercial data, and from minus 1.7%, which means the fish were actually heavier than predicted by the historical relationship on average, to 5.5% for FIS data. So in summary, let's see if I summarize on the next slide. Okay, well, I'll summarize this anyway. The model that combines the data and doesn't assume a difference is still doing very well. It's coming up with observed means for mean weight by regulatory area that are very close to it's coming up with predicted means that are very close to the observed means. The historical relationship is doing much worse and quite badly in some regulatory areas in some years. So using these models fitted to contemporary data is likely to reduce bias in weight relationships relative to estimates from the historical relationship. The fish have in general become thinner since the historical relationship was developed, and based on previous analyses, they've become thinner in the last 20 to 30 years. Model 1 is simpler and does not require users, particularly other agency staff and other folks using these relationships, to make a choice of which data source most closely resembles their own. And because it's estimated from combined data sources, it represents a blend of spatially extensive data and temporally extensive data. And so it becomes a relationship that's more generally applicable to a wide range of uses. And so our recommendation was, and this was for the SRB, given the apparent temporal stability for each regulatory area from 2016 to 20 and spatial variability, we're recommending that we provide new curves to non-IPHC users, since we have the weight data ourselves. We don't need these curves generally for our own uses. Estimated from at least 3 years worth of combined data from the commercial and FIS sources. So that would be from 2019 to 2021. And that that we would produce a relationship for each IPHC regulatory area. So rather than having a single relationship for the entire coast. And that we reevaluate these relationships annually as additional years of data collected and update if necessary if we continue to see changes in the weight at length, and these relationships can be updated, and those updated relationships can be provided to users. And so we do have some outstanding data needs. At present, we lack data to validate the assumed round to net weight conversion for O32 fish. We do have that relationship between U32 fish between round and dressed weight. but there's no reason to assume that that's going to be valid for larger fish. But this is something that we should be able to attain relatively simply by taking a sample of O32 fish and making 2 measurements, round and dressed, in order to validate that 0.75 multiplier for converting round to net weight. And we as yet have no data from commercial sampling to validate the adjustment factors for ice and slime. And this is something we've really wanted to be able to get, and we just like the data. That 2% assumed adjustment, we've not been able to verify that through our own data. Despite collecting commercial weight samples since 2015, it's just been difficult to get measurements on the same fish, washed and unwashed, at ports. Okay, I'm going to keep going and finish this last part of the presentation. Then we can circle back to length weight if you need to. Noting that there's no written questions at the moment. So whale depredation, I know, is something close to the hearts of many of you, and it's something that we've been monitoring, as noted earlier in Kayla's presentation, on the FIS for many years. And so in particular, we did a look at the data for the space-time modeling this year. And so noting that the presence of sperm whales and orcas during fishing and hauling can lead to sets being designated as ineffective on the FIS. So then those sets are no longer used for analysis due to the potential impact on the catch rates. We thought it'd be useful to look at those sets and see what would happen if we accounted for those sets in the analysis. So the criteria for effectiveness, which I think have been summarized already, they were strengthened in 2019. And for sperm whales, if a sperm whale is spotted within 3 nautical miles of the boat, that set is assumed to be affected and considered ineffective. For orcas, a set has to have more than 1 lips-only Pacific halibut, or a set has other observations of orca feeding on Pacific halibut. And if that's true, that set's considered ineffective. And these criteria were designed to minimize the potential for including biased data in the annual indices. So sperm whales have been found to depredate cryptically on the gear at large distances from the vessel, while orcas generally have clear evidence of depredation or observed in the act. Coastwide from 2010 to 2020, between 1.4 and 3% of all sets fished included sperm whales or orcas as a reason for ineffectiveness. And there's, if you want to dig into the data, that's available online at that link. So it is a relatively small proportion of the data that are ineffective on the FIS due to marine mammal depredation. However, these impacts can be greater for a given year and for a given area. So IPHC regulatory area 3A has consistently been the area most affected by whales, mainly sperm whales. By sperm whales, I should say, and one of the areas most affected in general, and has had up to 6% of sets affected by whales. So that's 6% in 1 year was the most that we had affected. 4A is the area most affected by orca encounters, with over 10% affected in some years and 12% of sets during the 2014 FIS expansion, which was the only time until 2021 that some of those stations were fished. So prior to 2021. So the impact was actually fairly potentially fairly large, because those stations had no data if we exclude those ineffective sets. And so it increased uncertainty in our estimates. So I focused on those 2 areas, though I've looked at the data from other areas as well. And so area 4A, again, the area most affected by marine mammal interactions, we've had 139 orca affected sets since 1993, 3 sperm whale affected sets. And what we did was we refitted the space-time model, including those sets affected by orcas and sperm whales, of which there are only 3, and included a variable in the analysis that allowed for differences between affected and unaffected sets. Okay, so rather than throwing the data away, we tried to estimate the effect of the depredation on the catch rates of Pacific halibut. And probably surprise to nobody here, the space-time model estimated that O32 weight per unit effort on affected sets was substantially lower than unaffected sets, and we estimated that it was about half the catch rate on affected sets relative to unaffected sets. We're 95% certain that it's between 43 and 60%. Okay, so it confirms what everybody probably suspected, at least in Area 4A. Orcas are having effect on catch rates, and it's important that we account for this, either by accounting for it in the model or by excluding those sets from analysis. In 3A, it's the area most affected by sperm whale interactions. We had 116 sperm whale affected sets since '93, also 29 orca affected sets and 18 sets affected by both species. And the space, so in this case, in this example, we allowed for both orca and sperm whale impacts separately. And we estimated that the impacts were a lot less than in Area 4A. That sperm whale affected sets, the catch rates were 86% of unaffected sets, and those affected by orcas, it was 84% of unaffected sets. So while there's an impact, it's much more modest in regulatory Area 3A than it is in 4A. And so that's basically it. Our original purpose with that analysis was to consider whether it was worth including those affected sets in the space-time modeling, and the conclusion from the scientific review board meeting that it was not, because the impact on the catch rates was very small, and in fact there was no impact for 3A. So what we would do if we included them was we would allow for that impact. We then predict the catch rates, assuming that there was no effect of these interactions. So we'd be essentially adjusting for the impact of marine mammals on the affected sets in estimating. And it made no impact in 3A. There aren't that many affected sets in the first place as a proportion of overall sets. And their impact isn't very great anyway. And in 4A, it also didn't make much difference. And even less so now that some of those sets have been successfully fished in 2021. So our recommendations are simply that you note the three components of this report, but I'm most interested in your feedback, knowing that some of these are areas that you've given a lot of thought to and discussion on in the past. So I'll hand it over to the Research Advisory Board for comments and questions.
Thank you, Ray. Are there any comments from RAB members? Please raise your hand or speak directly to the microphone. Thanks. In the meantime, there's a question from Scott.
Yeah, the answer to Scott's question is
only visuals.
No. Yeah, we're not, to my knowledge, using hydrophones on the fish.
So it's only visual sightings. Yeah. Thank you. Somebody was there was somebody who's actually trying to ask a question. Please go ahead.
Yeah, this is Sean. Can you hear me?
Hi, Sean. Go ahead.
Yes, Dr. Webster, on your slide 19, I know you point out, the reason why you have these, I guess, criteria for excluding a survey set, but it seems like there's a very liberal interpretation on discrediting a survey set for the sperm whales, but a very conservative criteria for excluding a set for the killer whale depredation. And I think we should have a little bit more liberal criteria for discrediting a killer whale string. It's because in many cases you may not even get lips back, whereas the sperm whales are a lot sloppy. I know you talk about them feeding further away from the boat, but they're sloppy, leave more evidence behind on the hook, whereas killer whale leaves, lips if you're lucky. And I think you could at least throw in a distance criteria, say a mile, if you spot a killer whale within a mile of a string, that it's considered ineffective. So that's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean. Lauren, please go ahead.
Hi, yeah, I would agree with Sean that the discrepancy with the criteria is a little concerning. I do understand that their depredation operates very differently between the two species, so perhaps there still is some validity in having a little bit different criteria, but I might almost argue that sperm whale criteria shouldn't be quite as liberal, because I guess I'm still concerned. I think I brought this up earlier, but I'll just say it one more time, that those sperm whales, I would like to see more evidence that they're actually taking halibut on those sets. I guess I'm worried that perhaps sometimes they're around a boat because they're checking it out to see if those guys are fishing black cod, especially for some of those deeper survey stations where there are a lot of black cod around there. I just don't hear about that much depredation on halibut gear. So yeah, so that's kind of my 2 cents, I guess. But I would agree with Sean in the sense that maybe trying to get them a little bit more standardized for criteria might be useful, and even looking a little bit more into the hook data for those affected sets for both species, and seeing if there's evidence visually for both of them, or just yeah. I have lots of ideas, but I guess that's just kind of my comment about that.
Thank you, Lauren.
Hi, Lauren, and others. This is Tim. I would also add that as time goes on, the whales themselves seem to evolve behavior, and things are getting a little bit more complex, even for the orcas. On some of the areas up in 4D, we've observed orcas pretty much depredating and grazing the gear without being anywhere near the vessel. They'll find the gear, they'll run it out in front of the bow, and especially if you're on a vessel with a shelter deck, you don't know what's going on. You've just got a set where you don't have many fish until you get, as Ray alluded to, broken ganyons, straightened hooks, fish with bites on them. So it gets complex, and it can be difficult to resolve these things at times.
Yeah, this is Ian. I'll also add that this has been we've had some challenges putting these criteria in going back through the whole record, trying to figure out what we could put in that was essentially as conservative as possible. Our goal is to exclude sets that are going to have potential bias in them. And Ray outlined the quantitative criteria that are sort of immediate fails if that occurs on the survey. But we also rely heavily on the experience of our samplers and the crew of the vessel. And so if there's a case where we may have, for example, killer whales may be depredating, but they haven't triggered the formal criteria for the survey, our sampling crew can still determine that set was depredated by whales and can deem that set ineffective. So we do rely heavily on that discussion, both with our scientists and our crews on the vessels. And I think that gets at what Tim's saying, which is that if we know something's going on, we can still exclude that set, regardless of whether it triggers these quantitative criteria.
Thank you, Ian. Lauren, did you have any additional questions? I see that your hand is still raised.
Oh, sorry. I will lower that. I don't have any additional questions, but thank you for that, Ian. That makes quite a bit of sense, and that's great that the crew and samplers can trigger that criteria manually if it hasn't been triggered already. And I would just say that no more questions at this time. Thanks.
Are there any other questions from RAB members regarding agenda item number 5? I don't see any. If not, I suggest that we move on to the next section. We still have about 18 minutes to the lunch break, and I think we can cover at least a portion of agenda item number 6. So if the Secretary can please bring up the next presentation. Yeah, thank you. So we're moving now into agenda item number 6, which is a description of IPHC research activities. And we're going to start, and probably we're going to fill this time until the lunch break with an overview of the 5-year biological and ecosystem sciences research plan from 2017 to 2021. And then we're going to cover 2 key areas briefly. One is continuing on the topic of whale depredation, and then briefly on what's the update on our efforts to better get a feel on the incidence and importance of chalky Pacific halibut. So let's get started. And okay. Here it is. Okay, so this is the overview, and hopefully we're going to be able to cover 1 and 2 points, 1 and 2 before the lunch break. Okay, let me start, and this is particularly targeted to those observers that are attending our meetings for the first time, and any other attendees. Just to remind what the primary objectives of the biological and ecosystem science research program is. The first one, and most important one, is to identify and address critical knowledge gaps in the biology of Pacific halibut. In order to understand the influence of environmental conditions on Pacific halibut biology as a second importance, and to importantly apply resulting knowledge to reduce uncertainty in the current stock assessment model. So we're trying to understand factors that will affect biomass, and in particular spawning stock biomass, recruitment through changes in reproductive potential, reproductive output, how migration, and also now with the use of genetics and genomics, how we can address the issue of distribution and stock structure, both in the adults as well as in earlier life stages, how growth can actually affect biomass and estimates of biomass in particular, and also how through studies on reproduction, how we can better understand the reproductive potential output of the adult spawning population. Obviously, we're also trying to understand what are the implications in terms of survivability of those fish that are discarded at sea in the different fisheries, as you'll hear later on, and how fishing pressure and predation, and particularly whale depredation, actually affect our estimates of biomass. So the main research areas that we've been working for the last 5 years, since 2017, are this ones that are stated here in this column, and I'll go from the top to the bottom. The first one being migration, and the main objectives of this area is to improve understanding of migration throughout all life stages. And the management implications are obviously in relation to stock distribution and regional management. The second research area is reproduction, and the main objective of this area is to provide information on sex ratios of commercial landings and to improve our current estimates of maturity. And the management implications are better estimation of female stock spawning biomass. The third research area is that of growth, and that is it has as its main objective to improve our understanding of factors that are responsible for changes in size and age, and the development of tools for monitoring growth and physiological condition. The management implications are to aid in our ability to estimate biomass. Discard mortality rates and discard survival is the fourth primary research area, and the main objective is obviously to improve our estimates of DMRs in the directed and guided recreational fisheries. Management implications are related to our ability to estimate discard mortality. And the last area, genetics and genomics, the main objective is to improve our understanding of the genetic structure of the population of Pacific halibut and to create genomic tools, the genome namely, with which to study these processes. And the management implications are in relation to stock distribution and local adaptation. In this simple diagram, you see that the biological and ecological research in this red box is, in fact, feeding a stock assessment and management strategy evaluation, but also providing basic and applied understanding of the biology of Pacific halibut. And this is a bidirectional arrow in which stock assessment and MSC actually inform on the priority areas that biological ecosystem science program works on. The activities are also influenced by this particular subsidiary body, the Research Advisory Board, as well as the Scientific Review Board. And these two boards, the SRB and the RAB, actually inform the commissioners on specific recommendations and requests. One of the things that we've been trying to improve over the last few years is how biological research, highlighted here in red, and stock assessment and the management strategy evaluation process are highly integrated. And in this slide, you can see from top to bottom the 5 different research areas, and on the second column, what are the main research outcomes and how those are important for stock assessment in green, and how those are also representing important inputs to both stock assessment and the managed strategy evaluation process. In fact, I won't go into details regarding the last point. You'll hear a little more detail in the interim meeting and the subsequent annual meeting. So let's move on in this last 10 or 11 minutes that we have left on 2 action items. That's 6.11 and 6.12. The first one being on whale depredation, and then I'll let Claude Dykstra speak to the first point. Go ahead, Claude.
Thanks, Josep. I don't believe I have the ability to move those slides forward, so if you can just move ahead one for me. Thanks. So I'm just going to give you a quick update on some recent work that we have started looking at whale depredation, particularly from the catch protection side. So as we've noted previously in the meeting, depredation is an increasing problem in hook and line fisheries. This is a global phenomenon. It's seen in a variety of fisheries around the world. We see it up here in the Northeast Pacific, particularly in sablefish, halibut, and Greenland turbot fisheries. But elsewhere in the world, it's seen in some cod fisheries, as well as heavily in the toothfish fisheries in the southern oceans. Various avoidance and deterrents have been deployed trying to minimize this, most of them with variable success, particularly in this mindset that these mammals are quite intelligent and they quickly adapt, and a lot of the auditory deterrents or avoidance techniques turn into kind of de facto dinner bells, and the animals kind of habituate to them and actually come to the vessels. So we've been kind of monitoring the state of the science in this field, and it seems like trying to find a way to kind of break that reward cycle is an area that has some promise. And so this is looking at terminal gear modification once the catch is already on the gear. We applied for some bycatch reduction engineering program funding from NOAA Fisheries, which we were successful in securing. And the project's going to be in the form of a virtual workshop that we'll host in early February. And at that workshop, it'll be an international workshop. We've got interest from some folks in Norway who are developing some products, a group out of France who are doing some work with the Chileans down in the toothfish fisheries, as well as some local stuff from the developer of the Slinky Pot, which has been referenced earlier. From that workshop, we hope to refine 2 to 3 kind of tools that can be added to a fisherman's gear, things that can be deployed should whales show up. So it's not something they would use all the time, but they would use if they started running into problems with whales. And then the goal would be to do some field trials of 2 to 3 prototype tools that come out of that workshop sometime next summer. So the workshop again will be on Wednesday, the 9th of February. There is a web portal to sign up for that on our website. I don't think we have that linked in this presentation. It wasn't available when we put the presentation together, but it is live now. And if you need information on that, you can reach out to any of us here at the Commission. We're going to have presentations on 3 different techniques that are currently under development. One is essentially an underwater shuttle, which releases fish underwater into a cage or shuttle that then brings them up to the surface in a protected manner. So you can see that in the top 2 images. The one on the right was an artisanal concept that was being used out of Chile, and the more formal model that's currently being used is called Sago Extreme. It's on the left there. The second group is the group out of France. They're looking at what they call shrouding devices or umbrellas. That's the second row of images there. So this can either be a net sort of or umbrella that drops down over the catch, typically triggered by the animal taking the bait, and then it kind of shrouds or hangs around the fish with the hopes of deterring whales from trying to take a bite out of it. And the second item on the right there shows a tuna that has what they call a spider device. Again, that's a spring-loaded device that is activated by the fish taking the bait, and it springs out either stiff arms that you see on this one, more like a stiff zip tie type material, or it's sometimes more like a pom-pom where it's like streamers that hang down around the target catch, and with the goal again of protecting it or deterring the whales from taking that fish rather. And then the last item is the spring coils, and so this would be a modification of something that you see. The picture on the bottom is of the Slinky Pot. This is an easy collapsible pot that's being used quite actively right now in the Alaskan sablefish fleet. This is a pot that can be easily carried on a long line vessel. You can clip it to your ground line, and instead of going with a Slinky Pot, which is essentially looking at a different catch mechanism, we are interested in working with the developer of that to use the actual spring coil inside of it, which is springs out somewhat like a slinky. And is there a way we can incorporate that into the gear so that you get some, maybe in combination with the shrouding devices, where it springs out and somehow protects that target catch. But we'll have presentations from each of those groups, followed by brainstorming and kind of workshop efforts, and then we'll follow that up hopefully with cooperation from those developers with some field trials in the summer of 2022. And more information can be found on the RAB website at that link that you see there and paper 12.
Good, thank you, Claude. Are there any questions for Claude at this time? Well, if not, I'm sorry, let's use the last several minutes for the agenda item 612, which is Chalky Pacific Halibut, and I'll let Lori Isidorus speak to that. Go ahead, Lori.
Thanks, Joseph. So this is going to be a very quick report. We did work in the late 1990s. Steve Kamer, along with stakeholders, did some work on chalky halibut, and The idea there was to get an idea of what we were looking at in terms of incidence and percentages and things like that. And so in the late 1990s, you can see the first three columns there are showing that started off a little bit low, but then, you know, slowly gained some vigor there. We tried to do the same thing as a request from RAB020, I believe it was, to relook at this. And so our goal was to take another 3 years and try to sort of have the same effect. And then also adding in some spatial analysis that we were hoping to be able to do, sort of looking at the incidents spatially. But unfortunately, with COVID, as you can see, the chalky fish reported just was lower and lower. The reason being almost all processors were saying they were just low on personnel and they just weren't checking. Our port specialists did a really good job of reaching out to them. We created industry letters and things like that. So we did get apologies from many processors, but basically the story, as I said, was the same. They just weren't checking. And so we will have to decide whether we want to kind of wait until COVID is over and revisit this again, or whether the information is good enough for now. But as you can see, there really isn't much. We couldn't really do any kind of spatial work on this. The reporting just in this last year was from one processor in Seward representing 2 regulatory areas. So very, very low.
Okay, great. Thank you, Lori. We're almost down to 1:30, which is our anticipated lunch break. I suggest that if there are no questions right now, that that we take the opportunity to, have a further discussion right after the lunch break. So I suggest that we break out for lunch. We have a 45-minute lunch break. So now it's 12:29. Let's do 45 minutes, and we can be back at 1:15 Seattle time, Seattle Pacific Standard Time. So we'll see you in about 45 minutes. Thank you. because this one is related to the reproductive assessment of Pacific halibut, female Pacific halibut in particular. And the objectives of this research activity related to reproduction is most importantly to revise current maturity schedules and in the process obtain essential biological information on the reproductive biology of Pacific halibut in order to better understand the schedule of the reproductive development and devise ways to better understand maturity. Knowing that until very recently, maturity has been assessed really just by visual examination of gonads. And now we're moving into a much more detailed and accurate way of classifying females according to their developmental stage based on histology. So sections of the ovary that basically tell us much more accurately what is the exact developmental stage of each particular female that we're looking at. So this is a study that was initiated in 2017 where we collected male and female gonads on a monthly basis from September of 2017 until August of 2018, so throughout an entire calendar year, 12 consecutive months. And each month we collected 30 females and 30 males. And several research vessels were participating, and in particularly Lando was one of the key participants and the Kimasu helping us collect those females during that annual collection period. So without going into a lot of detail, what this study has provided us is a really accurate and interesting characterization of the seasonality of reproductive development. So basically with this histological assessment that we've been conducting from the samples collected between 2017 and 18, we've been able to characterize what are the oocyte stages in Pacific halibut. And with this information, we've been able to classify female developmental stages and classify females according to reproductive phases. Reproductive phases are probably the classification that is most relevant for stock assessment because that classification basically distinguishes females between immature and mature, and the mature females are the only ones that are incorporated into our stock assessment as part of the estimates for spawning stock biomass. So in the process of better understanding how to classify females with high accuracy, we've understood key parameters of the reproductive biology of the species. One is that Pacific halibut is a group synchronous species, which means that the ovary contains several groups of oocytes that are developing at different rates, and that is something that was assumed knowing how closely Pacific halibut is related to other flatfish species. Second, that Pacific halibut is a batch spawner. That was also inferred by other studies. And importantly, that Pacific halibut has determinate fecundity, which means that quite early on during the reproductive cycle, the number of oocytes that will be produced during that spawning season is determined. So there's no an increment or addition of oocytes during development, which means that if females spawn typically around January, February, by March, you can actually tell the number of oocytes that will be spawned in the following spawning season. And that number is not going to change. So one of the things that we also understood from this study was that clearly Pacific halibut has an annual reproductive cycle. They reproduce once a year, and typically in January and February, at least in the Portlock area, which is the area where we collected those females. So as you see here in the slide, that last box on the far right, that was probably one of the key pieces of information that is guiding our future studies, and that is that during the time where the FIS is collecting samples, that's an appropriate time for the collection of gonads, and that's July and August. And in fact, based on these results, starting next year, we're actually planning the collection of extensive samples coastwide to finalize the histologically based maturity schedules and to start probably in 2023 the collection of ovaries to assess fecundity, which is the total number of eggs that each female produces per spawning season. One of the other outcomes of the work that we did previously, the ability to classify females accurately through histological analysis, is to engage in a comparison between current methods of assessing maturity, the visual ones that we're conducting at the FIS, with histological assessing. And the objective is really to assess the accuracy of current field maturity classification criteria to see if we have to revise those 4 categories that are now females are classified into, or whether those are appropriate for moving forward. So we'll be revising that microscopic staging criteria in the next future years. So I'd just like to highlight that, in fact, later this week, on Thursday, Teresa Fish, who's a master's candidate at Alaska Pacific University, will be presenting her work, and she actually participated in conducting most of the work that is highlighted here. And that we have one publication describing the oocyte staging and classification of females. And then we have another manuscript in review, currently in review, describing the seasonal characterization of the reproductive development. So now let's move on to the next research area, and I'll let Claude Dijkstra describe the work on discard mortality rates and survival assessment. Go ahead, Claude.
Thanks, Josep. So the IPHC has been working on revisiting discard mortality rates and survival assessments since roughly 2017. And again, this is meant to help improve our estimates of unobserved mortality from fish that are released in the process of fishing. The first component of that was partially funded by a Salt and Stall Kennedy grant, and this one was involved in the directed longline fishery. And it was, again, involving the Kimasu, that's Lando, he's one of the RAB members on his vessel. And we were looking at hook release techniques, so that was careful shake and, pardon me, careful shake, ganglion cutting, and the use of the hook stripper. And we investigated what sort of injury codes were incurred by each of those methods. We looked at how the physiological status of the fish impacted its outcomes. We looked at blood stress levels, and then we did the survival component of that with tags, both conventional wire tags as well as pop-off satellite tags. And the pop-off work showed that our current estimates in the longline fleet are accurate and within the range that we've currently been using. We then moved this work into the recreational fishery, so in particular the charter or guided recreational fishery. And this was a cooperative effort with some funding from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, some additional funding from the North Pacific Research Board, and partners from UAF, Alaska Pacific University, and the Alaska Charter Association. The first part of this work investigated through a questionnaire with the charter fleet captains, looking at the type of gear and the handling practices that are being done in the guided fishery. And we then use that information to help develop a kind of an analogous study to what we did in the longline fishery, but on the charter fleet. The field component of that was canceled last year due to the pandemic situation, but we were successful in doing that field work this past summer. So we chartered 2 vessels, one out of Southeast, out of Sitka. We were on that vessel from the 21st to the 27th of May, and we captured 243 halibut using 2 different gear sizes, 12-aught circle hooks and 16-aught circle hooks. We collected a variety of information, including how long the fish was on the gear, how long it fought for, the amount of time on deck. We took weight, length, fat readings. We recorded the hook injury. We took imagery of that to verify that. We assessed them of viability, which is something that would be done by the observer program as to whether that animal was in excellent, moderate, poor, or dead condition upon its release. And we also had blood samples, fin clips, and we tagged all the fish. In the Sitka work, we did conventional wire tagging. And again, we sampled a total of 243 fish in that area. At a Seward, that operation was from the 11th to the 17th of June, where we handled another 118 fish. They went through the same protocols as the Sitka fish. However, 80 of these 118 were tagged with a satellite pop-off archival tag, which has on board a tip and roll type of sensor that allows us to know what the fish's movements, daily movement patterns are. And this is just more of that. This is an example of the 2 hook sizes that were tested. This is on the top is the vessel, the high roller, on the bottom, the gray light, the 2 vessels that we operated from. And some imagery of the work in the field, as well as some comparison plots of the different sizes of fish that we saw in each of the regions that we fished, and the different sizes. I realize it's hard to see here, but you can see it on the paper that's supporting this document on the RAB website. Interestingly, the suite of fish, the size of fish captured by the 12-aught versus the 16-aught are virtually identical. And those plots kind of demonstrate that there. Again, they're a little hard to see, but the middle plot, for instance, the red line is the 12-aught hooks, the green line is the 16-aught hooks, and then all hooks combined on the blue. And this data, the satellite tags have now popped off the fish, and we're in the process of analyzing them, as well as processing the blood stress indicators and things like that. So we should start having some research products coming out over the next few months. And then this is just kind of how these discard mortality data are going to be used, both in the longline fleet, and how they will, they're being used to kind of define best practices and things to minimize injuries and their research outcomes, and then similar for the charter recreational fleet. And there's the supporting document link there.
All right, thank you,
So
Claude. Slide, you can actually see some of the staff, IPHC staff involved in this project, the type of funding that Claude referred to. We've got funding from 3 different agencies, and now we have 2 papers that have stemmed from this work. The last one, it's been recently accepted in the North American Journal of Fish Management. That's a paper by Tim Lower et al. On the estimation of discard mortality rates in the longline fishery. As soon as we have a PDF of that paper, we'll share it with our RAB members. Now let's move on to the last section, which is genetics and genomics, and I'll let Andy, Jason, who will speak to it, and then we'll have some time for questions after this next few slides. So go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Giuseppe. Yeah, so I'm going to be speaking about the genetics and genomics research that's currently underway at the IPHC. And that kind of focuses around two main themes, population structure and then the use of genetic and genomic tools to monitor, potential changes in the distribution of the stock. I guess, yeah, so relatively recently, the IPHC has sequenced the Pacific halibut genome, and this is, kind of a key resource that allows us to kind of, make the jump from, genetic studies that maybe focus on, a gene or a handful of, specific genes to the analysis of entire genomes. And these sorts of studies, can be really used to, can be used to, identify potential local or environmental adaptations that, a specific population may have. As well as, they also may provide, a genetic basis for various life history traits, growth, maturity, migratory behavior, et cetera. Let's see if I can do this. So the first main theme is really focused on population structure, and that's really kind of a result of a previous study that was published in 2016. That found evidence of population structure in Area 4B. So this study focused on a relatively small number of genetic markers, and then the sample collections that were used in Area 4B, Petrel Bank and Attu Island, were actually collected during the summertime. So those sample collections may not be representative of spawning groups in that area. And so we're going to be kind of reevaluating the findings of that study using more modern genomic techniques. So we're doing low coverage whole genome resequencing, which is successfully has been used in studies of other species and identified millions of single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs for short, which are just single base pair mutations in an individual's DNA, and those numbers are what we're seeing with the kind of the sequencing that we've done to date. And then we're going to be using samples that are exclusively collected from spawning groups. And so in early 2020, a special charter was done with the help of the Kima Sioux out to the Aleutian Islands to specifically target spawning fish in Area 4B. And so in the map, you can see the samples that we're going to be using for this. They're from 5 geographic areas, and we have samples available from 1999 all the way until 2020. And so this allows us to look at spatial patterns of genetic variation, as well as how how genetic variation may change over time in some of these areas. And so the primary outcome of this research will be to establish a genetic baseline that we can then use to develop a more targeted SNP panel that can be used to identify the spawning group or the population of origin for fish collected outside of the spawning season. And that's going to be the focus of an NPRB grant that was recently funded. And so, yeah, we're going to test out a SNP panel in mixed stock analysis, and then also trying to identify, the geographic origin of fish at the latitudinal extremes of the Pacific halibut range. So, and with that, hand it back to Giuseppe.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Andy. So yeah, this slide basically summarizes what Andy has been just describing. The goals on the right-hand side of the picture are the establishment of the baseline of genetic diversity, and then subsequently to use that to delineate fine-scale stock structure. So now moving on to the very last slide is just a summary of the externally funded collaborative research projects that we've been working on in the last year since the last RAB meeting in February of 2020. And those first two that you see here, number one, number two, are the two projects, one from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation and the second one from the North Pacific Research Board that have funded the DMR recreational studies that Claude was describing recently. The third project is the one that also Claude referred to in his presentation on our studies on whale depredation, and that's it's a project funded by the Bycatch Reduction Engineering Program from NOAA that is entitled Gear-Based Approaches to Catch Protection as a Means for Minimizing Whale Depredation in Longline Fisheries, and the IPHC is the lead organization in this project, and it's co-PI'd by both Claude and Dr. Ian Stewart. And the last one is the project that Andy just referred to, and this is a new project that the IPHC has been awarded from the North Pacific Research Board to conduct this genomic studies on population structure from a genomic perspective. So that sums up the research presentation, and we would love to hear from the RAB members, observers, and attendees on any questions that they might have related to the last few slides that were presented. Please go ahead. Sean?
Yes, I had a question. Forgive me if there's data out here that I haven't found that already presents this, but do we have any historical record or trend as far as sex of the fish? The reason I bring this up is because with the 32-inch size limit, we pretty much only see females. It wasn't until we actually did a survey for you guys a few years ago where we noticed that it was the under 32 where we really started seeing the males. And so I'm just wondering if there's any data showing a trend in the sex of the fish, and also if we've studied anything that would have to do with the temperature deciding the sex of the fish. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Sean, for your question. Yes, well, we do have, from our survey data, we do have historical records of the sex ratios because those fish are sexed at sea by our IPHC field specialists. So we have that information from the survey. Now, for the commercial, we did not have any information on sex ratios from the commercial landings until the 2017 commercial catches. In fact, this was a project that was initiated a few years ago, trying to develop specific genetic markers for sexing fish from fin clips that were collected by our port specialists. And then those fin clips were actually sent back to the IPHC office, and we would extract DNA, and then we would apply molecular assays to determine the sex genetically. So with that proved to be successful, and in fact we now have 4 consecutive years of sex ratio information based on the genetic information from 2017 to 2020. And Dr. Stewart has actually presented this data, and he will do that again tomorrow. We know that approximately coast-wide, the sex ratio is obviously quite biased towards females. The commercial landings are approximately 80% female, based on the genetic information. So, and that is a project that is continuing. So we're actually moving that into our monitoring efforts in monitoring the sex ratio of the at least the commercial landings from now on. Sean, the second part of the question was whether there's any evidence of temperature dependence. Did I hear that right?
Yes, I was curious, if we're seeing a trend towards more females being produced in warmer waters, if I could play devil's advocate, some of our critics have said that the declining stock we shouldn't be surprised by a declining stock when the majority of our stock is being taken out of water are females. So I'm just playing devil's advocate here, but yeah, I'm concerned and just wondering if we are seeing a trend in that direction because of warming waters.
That is a very interesting question, and it's highly relevant. And in fact, there's no information for Pacific halibut, I have to say outright, but there is information on other flatfish species that temperature is actually able to affect the sex of the species. When or if that is something that is happening in Pacific halibut, we do not have evidence, but that would be something extremely interesting to find out and very relevant with the changes in water temperatures as you indicated. So the bottom line is that unfortunately we don't have any data right now to support that, but it would be well worth studying it.
And this is Tim. I would just add to that the chances of temperature-mediated sex determination are probably fairly low, given that we do have a genetic basis for sex that seems pretty tight. And if there was temperature-governed sex determination, that would not be as tight as we observe. It doesn't make it impossible, and it's certainly, like Joseph said, it's definitely worth studying, and it might be interesting to sort of raise larvae under different temperature conditions to see if you can force them into different sexes. But right now, the evidence suggests that it's not highly likely.
I see Steve has a question. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just read it here. It says, could you please compare the spawning potential differences for a 40-pound female compared to a 200-pound female, assuming that both halibut are the same age? And then could you do that same thought experiment again, or at least an explanation of what your take is on it, between a 40-pound female that's perhaps 20 years younger than a 200-pound female?
Well, yeah, thanks for your question, Steve, or comment. That is something that we're actually starting to address at the IPHC. We don't, up until now, we have basically no information on fecundity at age or fecundity at size, and that's something that is one of the top priorities in our next 5-year research plan. So, starting in 2023, we're going to start collecting biological samples in order to address particularly that question, whether there are differences in fecundity by age or by size. So that's something that we cannot answer it now, but it's in our agenda as a really high top priority.
Could I follow up with some things that I thought were known?
Sure.
And
go ahead, please.
Totally observable by even a layperson. Often it's said that a large halibut, 200-300-pound halibut, will have exponentially, excuse my mouth, greater number of eggs than, say, a small 30 or 40-pound female. And I know, being a halibut fisherman, it depends on how you define exponential, but that is not true. But clearly, the egg sac in a large female is bigger than a small female. So you can see, based on my earlier comment, where commercial fishermen leases his quota into the charter fishery so the charter fishermen can use it to keep a larger halibut, and how, in a sense, this issue is somewhat weaponized. But I recognize that, going back, that that the question was probably moot when commercial fishermen in general would never, they didn't high grade, they didn't let big halibut go. And they probably would have been, the mortality rate would have been pretty high after being on the hook for a period of time and then drug up to the surface and then released, no matter what the method. So wouldn't that be fair to say that, and the other question too, that probably common sense would say that if a fish is a female and it has 20 or 30 years to spawn, and it's 40 pounds, and a fish is a female and it only has maybe it's 45, 6, 7 years old, it only has a few years left to spawn, that even if you took into account equal fecundity and you looked at the sizes of the egg sacs, it would be apparent that you'd have more spawning potential for the 40-pound halibut that's a female than a 200-pound halibut that's a female that's actually at the end of its life cycle.
Yeah, thanks, Steve, for your comments. I think you touched on a number of interesting points there. One is the relative spawning potential of a younger versus an older female. That's, again, related to accurate estimates of fecundity, which we don't have at this time. But those are valid. Those are really valid points. So those are well taken. And we hope that in the next few years we're going to be able to address the issues of particularly fecundity at size and fecundity at length for Pacific halibut. So thanks for your comments. Yeah, Ian has.
Yeah, this is Ian. I can add just a little bit to that as well. So we do, as Joseph noted, we do currently assume that egg output is proportional to body weight. And so body weight does go up approximately as a cubic function of length. So Steve, I think your observation that, a halibut that gets just a little bit longer produces quite a lot more eggs is true. And that is the basic assumption that we're using, because body weight does go up much more rapidly than length. With regard to the lifetime reproductive output, based on that egg output proportional to body weight, we do account for the lifetime reproductive output of those fish. And so the trade-off there is between somatic growth within an individual fish and mortality over that fish's lifetime. So you're quite right to note that at some point for a given group of fish, they will reach an age where they're actually dying off faster than they are growing. And that's going to depend on the size at age that's occurring at that particular time. And so when we calculate the level of fishing intensity on the stock on a year-to-year basis, this kind of information is included. And that's why we get, for example, one result of harvesting or having mortality on very small young fish has a larger effect on the lifetime reproductive potential than older fish. But it is complicated because it does depend on the growth rates of the fish at the time.
Tim again, I'll add a little bit more to that. Also, it can get a little bit more complex when you consider that egg size can change with size and age of fish as well. So there's fair evidence in other species that some of the older females are producing larger eggs. And so not as many eggs will necessarily fit into the same size ovary. There probably still is an exponential relationship between total egg number and size. Sort of like you implied before, it depends on how you define exponential and sort of what exponent you use. We've had a fair amount of discussion about this with the SRB, and a lot of this I think circles back down. I don't know if Alan is in the background anywhere to MSE modeling, and we also try to pull it back around to what effect does it have on the population in terms of recruitment. For halibut, we haven't had great luck trying to link total egg production to recruitment, but those are certainly exercises that I believe Alan was going to approach in an MSE framework. Again, I don't know if he's in the background and can speak to that, or if he's busy with other stuff today.
I'm here. This is Alan. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Yeah, I mean, this topic is of great interest to IPHC right now, I think, and it bleeds into all different aspects of what we do at IPHC, from the assessment to the MSE to the research. And so I think whatever comes out of the upcoming study on fecundity maturity is going to have a big effect on improving our management, or the potential to improve our management at IPHC. So I'm looking forward to introducing a lot of these concepts into the management strategy evaluation to investigate, the long-term management of the species. And I'm sure Dr. Stewart's also looking forward to updating the short-term forecasts from the stock assessments and those models as well.
Great, thank you, Alan. Steve, does that those responses satisfy your questions?
No, but thank you. I mean, no, they're perfectly satisfactory answers. I guess it's going to take the research to satisfy the questions. And I think we're all on the same page there. It's just being in the industry that I'm in, crossing over from commercial to charter fishing, having some of these emotional sort of, like I said, weaponizing the issue that charter fishermen tend to seek out big fish, because for obvious reasons, there's more flesh to take home. Just like commercial fishermen seek out big fish because they want to maximize, the size is usually a premium price paid for a bigger fish, and there's less effort. Nobody wants to catch 50,000 pounds of, 32-inch halibut. That would be almost a nightmare to think about dressing those fish. So, no, I appreciate that, and I'm looking forward to becoming more enlightened about, where this research was taking us. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Sean, go ahead, please.
Yes, thanks again. I alluded in my introduction about my concern about extrapolating data, and if I could go into that a little bit more. When we went out into 4A and especially 4 Bravo, it really felt like we were chasing fish that weren't there. And as we all know, there was no surveys done there. In 2019, we were willing to extrapolate the data to increase the quota off of extrapolated data. I don't feel that's very responsible. We've already admitted to how fast things change out there, especially in Area 4 Bravo. And so my thought would be that whenever there is not a survey done in a particular area, that you stick with the previous year's TAC, unless, of course, there's a downward trend forecast, in which case the quota would go down in that area. Otherwise, it begs the question, why do a survey each year if we're willing to extrapolate data and fly blindly for a year? So that's my concern. It's mainly based off of conservation and sustainability.
Thanks, Sean. Would anybody from the Secretariat want to comment? I think Ian has.
Yeah, this is Ian. Thanks for that comment, Sean. I think that we're in agreement with you there that we do not want to be extrapolating survey results in areas that we don't sample. We don't have any current expectation that proposed designs in the future would omit an entire regulatory area. We might do efficient sampling within that area, but I think 2020 was unfortunate in that we had to crop the survey back substantially. And as we should not find ourselves in that situation again, hopefully.
Okay, yeah, I guess that was a unique situation, but for whatever reason going into the future, whether it's economics or environmental or whatever, for whatever reason there isn't a survey to be completed in a region. I just wonder if there would be some sort of a SOP or standard operating procedure that would fall back to that, the idea of not increasing quota off extrapolated data, but just more conservative and sticking with the previous years, or like I said, going down if you see a downward trend.
All right, thank you, Sean. Are there other questions related to any of the research activities that have been shown? Starting with whale depredation, algae halibut, moving to reproduction, discard mortality, genetics. We'll look forward to your comments.
Can I ask another question, please?
Go ahead, Steve.
Steve Daniels. Yeah, I think this would be for, well, Tim, Ian, and Cloud all went out on the charter fishing survey. And I was wondering if they, having been out on these boats for, at least one of the boats for 6 days, if they have any preliminary observations they'd like to share about what they think about the way halibut are handled on a charter fishing boat compared to what they've observed on a commercial boat, and what they think that might implicate for the discard mortality rate, please.
Yeah, thanks for your question, Sean. I'll actually let Claude respond to you. Claude, go ahead.
Sure. Thanks for the question, Steve. So, you know, it's hard to gauge how these fish are being handled. The reception you get from a questionnaire, you have to always take it with a grain of salt, because you have a sense that the recipients are anticipating why you're asking these questions. And when you're out on a research charter, we had them handling the fish in a specific way so we could truly try to measure the effects we were looking for. So certainly I could envision that there'd be some challenges potentially dependent on the mechanics of the vessel. So like, for instance, our first vessel had a door that went right through the gunnel. And so if we caught a large fish, their standard operating procedure is simply slide it on board. When a large wave comes along and it doesn't hit the rail, it doesn't bounce around, it just slides into the boat. They can measure it and they can release it with minimal injury. A boat that doesn't have a design like that, which is a bit of an unusual design, has a harder time with those big fish if they're potentially going to be releasing them due to some sort of slot limit or the like. And I suspect it also has to do even more so with the skill and experience of the crew that are helping the client with that fish. So if you're simply letting the client do it, you know, if you're asking me to do it, I can't handle that fish as well as an experienced crew member can. So I think there's a lot there, but certainly my sense is, you know, just like a commercial fishery, there's no ill intent towards those fish, and there's an effort being made to try to minimize damage to them as far as like big picture goes. I don't know if Ian or Joseph, you were both out there as well. You may have further views on that.
No, I think, Claude, I think you covered it well. Let's see, Grace has a question. Go ahead, Grace.
Hi. Yeah, in regards to the discard mortality, I know the data is still under analysis, but I was wondering if there was a big difference in relating size to mortality, like if a large halibut was handled in a similar way to a small halibut, if it was less likely to survive as long.
Claude, can you address that question?
Yeah, so the size of the fish can have an impact on the directed fleet. When we looked at that, there wasn't so our focus on the directed fleet was sublegal fish, because those are the fish that are generally being discarded by that fleet. You know, occasionally once folks have hit their quota, they're releasing some larger fish, but it's not super common, as you would know. And really the only effect we saw on smaller versus large fish actually happened on a method that's not a approved or regulation method of release, and that was with the hook stripper. And the smaller fish, as you might imagine, have a kind of a softer and smaller facial structure, so to speak, and if they hit that crucifier or hook stripper, they're much more prone to more catastrophic damage than a large fish is. Often the really large fish that encountered that hook stripper, it would simply help pop the hook out without any significant damage to the fish itself, other than the original hooking injury, if any. So and then as far as kind of damage in the charter fleet, kind of a similar thing there. We looked at all sizes in that fleet, because at different times there's different size regulations on discarding, and so we tried to capture a large size sample. We saw fish from 42 centimeters up to 140 roughly centimeters, and you know, the hook treatment there is to reverse the hook back out, and we didn't really find struggles with that on either of those size extremes. Fish can obviously get bigger than that. You may see something different there, but we really didn't see anything, a large discrepancy between sizes on that portion.
Okay, thank you.
And to add a little on the long line, this is Tim again. For the long line discard mortality, again, as Claude mentioned, we looked just at U32s, but even within the U32s, our biggest problem with trying to relate mortality with anything is that so few fish died. We only had 3 fish that we know died out of 79, and when you've got mortality rates that are that low, you really can't explain them with any of that stuff. It makes sense that the larger fish should survive the process better. We definitely found that in trawl discard mortality studies using the same stuff, but we used 3 times as many tags, and the trawl experience is a lot more dramatic to the fish, so you get higher mortality rates and you can see stuff. So for long line discard mortality, in order to detect that, I would suspect we would have to deploy potentially thousands of tags at $2,000 a piece, which is not going to happen.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Steve, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't know why that my hand is up. Let me take it down.
Okay, Sean, go ahead.
Is there a chance we could go back to slide number 8 on the ineffective stations and sightings in 2021 of the whales?
Staff to John, did you say slide 8?
Yes, slide number 8. It's the ineffective stations and sightings in 2021. Yes, that's it. I know we've already spoke to this a little bit already, as far as the criteria and what it takes to discredit a station, but I mean, it just seems, given the criteria that it takes, in my opinion, very conservative as far as the killer whales are concerned. You know, it doesn't even show any killer whale depredation on a single set in Area 4 CD&E. I really find that hard to believe, except the fact that we're using that criteria to actually discredit the station. You know, just a set of lips, there's no proximity that would, you know, discredit a station. And as we can see in Area 3A, there's a significant number of sperm whale sets that were discredited. You know, and that's very liberal compared to what's up against the orca discreditation. But And we're seeing a lot more sperm whale depredation in Area 3A. I mean, I think going to these slinky pots especially are contributing to that. Their sperm whales are simply moving over to another fishery. But the crux of my statement here is just that I just really want to hammer the point that I don't feel that orca discreditation is liberal enough. I mean, it's a set of lips and no proximity at all is being considered. I really feel there should be some sort of proximity considered in discrediting a station. And I know we spoke to the scientists on board the boat and also the crew on board the boat being able to discredit a station, but I think it's worth pointing out that the average age of a commercial fisherman is over 50 years old right now. And within the next few years, we'll see the vast majority of our experience in the fleet retire. And so you're relying on a crew that may not have much experience, and you're relying on a scientist who may or may not have that much, experience to make that decision. So I think it'd behoove the IPHC to take that decision out of their hands and establish wider parameters in discrediting a killer whale depredated string. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean, for your comment. Any other comments? In the meantime, we would like to remind the RAB members and observers and attendees that we will also value, in addition to comments and potential criticisms of the research presented, your ideas on other areas that may be of interest from your point of view. So we will also look forward to your suggestions for those components of the research that are not being contemplated in our research program, and we look forward to your input. So please go ahead. Grace, go ahead.
I'm gonna jump in here. This is Kevin. I was trying to raise my hand, but apparently my computer doesn't like me to do that. Kevin Bennett out of the 2A Southern Oregon District. My question was for the genetics that was going on, and I see that the lion's share was called the Northern Genetics Testing. And are we saying that the only place that the halibut are breeding is in the northern area or in the southernmost? What research do we have about the genetics of that particular fishery? Are they coming from the northernmost part of Alaska in the testing area? And my concern would be that if we don't establish what the genetics of that group of fish are, with the hypoxia or the dead zones going on, especially off of the Newport area and things, are we missing a valuable piece of information regarding the future of our stock?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin, for your comment. I think there's two people here that are probably going to contribute to answering your question, Tim and Andy. Go ahead, Tim.
I'll start with a bit of spatial, and then I'll jump it over to Andy for the genetic answer. To date, so far, the furthest south spawning ground that we know of for sampling is Haida Gwaii, sort of the south tip of that. One of the Canadian fishermen can tell me which line that is, like the 400 line, 500 line, something like that. So we have sampled in that genetic database as far south as we know them to exist. That said, we do have some traditional knowledge and some evidence from satellite tagging that suggests that there may be spawning grounds as far south as coastal Washington off Cape Johnson. And I would definitely agree that if we can find fish down there spawning in the winter, it would be great to include those in the analysis as well. And with that, I'll jump it over to Andy.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Tim's exactly right. And yeah, if There is the possibility, yes, that there are, populations that are not represented in that genetic baseline. But yeah, as far as, our ability to, maybe assign individuals to that baseline, we're looking at methods that would allow for, unknown population. So you could say, okay, we can't assign this individual back to one of the populations in our baseline, and therefore, that might indicate that you have another stock that's contributing to the group. And then yes, also, so yeah, I guess I didn't necessarily mention it, but part of that NPRB grant will also be looking at fish collected off Northern California and trying to determine, if they originate from one of those populations in the baseline, or if they're originating from a group that's not represented there. So, so yeah, stay tuned for that.
And actually thinking of it, I'll add a little bit more in the really early phases of this, or at least the early phases of the modern era. Some of our initial analyses with microsatellites in, I believe it was like 2004 or something like that, we did compare fish from the Bering Sea and Central Gulf of Alaska to fish from Newport, Oregon. That preliminary analysis suggested that the Newport fish were very similar to the ones in the Southeast Bering Sea. That was summer collected fish, and certainly what Andy's doing will be a lot better, have a lot more resolution with the winter collected fish. So again, we're kind of on the bottom floor of trying to identify some sampling for Cape Johnson, but I think we got a little bit more legwork before we can get out on the water and do that.
Lyle, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I was just curious, up in some of those inlets, I know like it is predominantly all bigger fish when we're up there. And to be quite honest, I question whether or not they ever do migrate in and out, and how much has just been what we call homesteaders. Has there been any genetic testing done like within the inlets versus the outside population? And are they the same fish or any differences?
Yeah, this is Andy again. Not that I'm aware of. There's been no comparison of fish in the inlets versus fish further out. So something to potentially look into.
And you do also speak to sort of earlier concept of inshore versus offshore fish. There are some technical or scientific reports from the early days in which the early researchers really thought that the inside waters fish in both 2B and 2C were essentially a substock, that they could see differences. They were fatter, darker, slightly different shape. Now, to what extent that's genetic versus sort of growth conditions, adopting sort of different color and size patterns depending on what they eat and where they live, is questionable, or it's something that we'll be interested to look into. And again, if it's there and if it's genetic, it's the kind of stuff that Andy and Joseph's work should be able to identify someday, hopefully.
Angus, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just curious. We've been talking to Dr. Stewart, goodness, I guess that was last year, about the whether our year-round fishery and fishing during the spawning time for Pacific halibut would affect them in our longline fishery, to which he didn't think it would have an impact. But I'm just wondering whether there's been any work done on, what happens if there's trawl activity in spawning areas during that time.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Angus. Is there any IPHC Secretariat staff member that could address that issue?
I guess kind of all Tim again. All I could say on that is I would imagine that trawling on a spawning ground would be not great, certainly for the spawning ground. And I have to say that I don't know of any work that's addressed that by anyone really. Okay. That said, I mean they all do have prohibited species caps. So I would also suspect that at that kind of impact, that would be the kind of area that a trawler would definitely try to avoid. And I will say it's not trawl, but years ago when we were trying to get genetic samples from the Western Aleutians from the freezer longline fleet, and what we wanted was generally large halibut samples, the fleet immediately said, well, that's exactly where we stop fishing when we start getting them. That will move up shallow and avoid any large halibut in the middle of the winter out there, which would be the spawning ones. So whether or not the trawlers are doing the same thing, I can't speak to, but.
Yeah, if
All right,
just
and
may
thank you very
add,
much.
This is Giuseppe. Yeah, I think the habitat is probably a difficult habitat for trawling because Pacific halibut, when they spawn, they go down on the continental edge and they can go as deep as 700 up to 1,000 meters, which is probably a habitat that trawlers are not going to impact. So that's one consideration.
Okay, I just I'd seen one of our one of the IPHC's sites around Cape St. James. We have an area that has been in the past noted as a halibut spawning area. It's in parts of it are a little shallower than that, and yeah, I was just wondering because we did have an arrowtooth fishery. It's not occurring right now that was happening in that area.
And how deep is that fishery?
200 to 300 fathoms.
Okay, so that would overlap the halibut spawning because they'll come up to around 100 fathoms or so. Yeah, most of it is concentrated sort of in the 200 to 300 fathom realm. So yeah, that arrowtooth fishery could overlap it for sure. I guess the impact, hopefully you would be able to index with observer data, one would hope.
Thank you very much.
Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Talking about trawlers triggered something in my mind, and I know everyone's really concerned about bycatch, and over the years we keep hearing that the trawler fishery has been lowering and lowering their bycatch from year to year. And that may be true, but they always report their bycatch in pounds and not numbers of fish. And they've got excluders and all this other stuff to avoid the really big halibut. But in my mind, that means that they're actually catching more and more of those little tiny fish that potentially could migrate into every person's catch area. And I'd really like to see in the future, instead of reporting bycatch in pounds, record it in number of fish. Thank you.
This is Ian. Thanks for that comment, Scott. I think it's useful to consider both pounds and numbers of fish, but also to realize that neither of those is a good index of the overall lifetime reproductive effect of catching those fish. So we actually have just recently looked at the average age of fish captured incidentally in non-halibut fisheries, and it's actually been relatively stable over the last 30 years. I can point you to a recent manuscript that shows that age distribution. So although you're right that they're certainly far more numerous than we're used to thinking about in terms of pounds in the directed fishery, I don't think it's correct to say that the numbers have increased. I think the numbers have actually gone down along with the biomass, realizing that the average age of a fish, average age and size of a fish that's captured, particularly in trawl fisheries, is much younger and smaller than in the directed fisheries.
And if I can maybe poke a question right back at Ian, where do things stand on sort of the notion of fishery footprint analysis from Martel et al. And council process and so forth?
Yeah, so we actually, Alan and Pierre and I published a paper last year called Fully Subscribed, and it provides a method which is essentially the fishery footprint method for comparing the effect on the lifetime reproductive output of different fisheries that have very little overlap in their demographics. And so we looked at that and provided exactly that comparison, finding coastwide that halibut caught in non-halibut directed fisheries range from a little bit less than 1 pound per pound of effect on the directed fishery up to almost 1.4 pounds per pound. So it really depends on the current biology and the current details of those fisheries. But yes, on average, these fish that are being captured, particularly in trawl fisheries, have a larger effect on the lifetime reproductive output than fish that are caught in the directed fisheries.
Which, if you're not familiar with it, I thought it's a really nice way to look at exactly the kind of trade-offs you're talking about in terms of size and age, and where are the impacts most felt depending on what size fish you're catching in various fisheries.
Sean, go ahead.
Just a quick comment. I was wondering if in the future we can have the option of an imperial survey as well as the metric survey when it comes to publishing them. I believe it was just 2020 was the first year we went to the metric. I was just hoping we would have the option of the imperial as well for those that are slow to change.
Thanks, Sean. Comment noted. Lyle, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is the section to ask, but something I've always been kind of curious about in our own area in 2B is, how much does our local population contribute to the spawning biomass? I mean, we do hear about the migration and, from west to east and north to south, but always been kind of curious, like, how much fish does our local population contribute every year to our area? I have no idea how you'd study it. I think it was Tim years ago mentioned that they did a small survey on the east side of Haida Gwaii where they did find a lot of those really small baby halibut, like tiny, and I just one of those things I've been curious about forever and thought I'd ask.
Thanks for that. And yeah, we do remain very curious about that. It's sort of the age-old question of which fish are local, which fish are not local, and where does recruitment come from? The short answer is I don't think we've gotten very far at all on trying to figure out what the sources are. Our ideal world was that we would be able to look at those small fish and know whether or not they had come from long distances or come from short distances. In short, the work that we were doing using otoliths and microchemistry, it's difficult, it's challenging, and it requires a really long-term commitment and a lot of cash. I would say I'm hopeful, and I think we're all very hopeful, that some of the work that Andy and Joseph are doing with genetics can get us closer to those questions. But to be fair, we're a ways out on that as well. So we're all really curious on that. I think it has some really important implications for a lot of things. And we're not very far into answering any of those questions, unfortunately.
Hi, this is Giuseppe. If I may just add, I think this is in our immediate plans to address those issues, and maybe Andy can expand a little bit on what are the steps required to be able to do that. And in fact, within the context of this new grant that we received from MPRB, we're actually hoping to address those questions and to develop the tools to be able to do that. So can you expand on that, Andy?
Yeah, right. Exactly, Joseph. So yeah, I mean, really the first is, establish the genetic baseline of these spawning groups. And then, I mean, essentially, identify a set of SNP markers that we can then, genotype a lot of, a large number of fish. Yeah. And essentially, assuming we have the ability to accurately, identify where they're coming from. And then, yeah, genotype a large number of fish and see, really which I guess, how these different spawning groups are actually contributing to, to the stock. So that's, kind of the quick version of it. And yeah, we're right now, yeah, working on establishing that baseline. So, I guess the very first, step there.
Yeah, the second, as Andy said, the second step being the development of a dedicated marker panel that will be highly discriminatory, hopefully, and with which to conduct mixed stock analysis, something similar to what they're doing with the salmon fisheries. So this is, I think, we're on the right track, and we're working towards that goal to be able to identify the source population of fish caught during the commercial season. Sorry, Grace, did you actually have your hand raised for a second? Sorry if I missed that. Any more comments? Oh, she is?
I do see that Grace is typing feverishly and her microphone is down.
Okay. Okay, so yes, she does, and she's having microphone issues at this time. Does anybody else want to make a comment on some of the research ideas and activities presented, or some other new ideas that you may want to suggest? Topics not covered? So Grace actually posted a question on the chat, and she's saying, I am wondering if there is any interest in pursuing more research into the cause and prevalence of mushy halibut syndrome. So this is, I would have to say that, and I'll pass the word to Lori, because she has a lot more historical expertise on this topic, because this topic has come up several times and has come up recently as well. But that is a condition that is pretty different from, at least phenotypically, it's different than chalky Pacific halibut. And I would venture, and I will pass the word to Lori in a second, I would venture that what we have to say is really not much in terms of our understanding of potential causes. Again, this is anecdotal information that we have received, and but I'll let Lori expand on that if she cares for.
Thanks, Joseph. Actually, I'll defer to Claude, because I believe Claude has, he did a project on this a few years back, if I remember right.
Yeah, so this is Claude here. It's a good question, Grace. We haven't heard too much about mushy halibut in the last 2 years with kind of different fishing patterns with the pandemic. Prior to that, there was probably 5 or 6 years ago now, there was in the spring, there appeared to be an increase in reports of mushy halibut. And like Josep alluded to, it's quite different from chalky halibut. The flesh of the halibut in a mushy halibut is very flaccid and soft. It leaks water very heavily. It doesn't cook. It's kind of an unpalatable thing. It's hard to get samples in for this, and we have information on our website, or we used to anyways, on how to contact the Fish Pathology Lab through the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and we had some directions on what to do with it, what to report with it, and where to send it. But they have processed several mushy halibut samples, and they have not come up with any specific kind of causal agent. It's not related to ichthyophonus. It's not related to an obvious parasite. There is histological evidence that it may be related to a starvation event. but it's not 100% clear that that same kind of histological observation can also be related to vitamin E deficiency. And most of these fish are not even close to being deficient in vitamin E. That's a pretty rare thing. You can induce that in an aquaculture species by feeding them non-protein based foods, or non-meat based foods, put it that way. And so we did not actively pursue it because we're just not seeing enough cases of it. It seemed to be more seen by shoreward recreational fishers early in the season, like April, May, that time period. But outside of that, I think the pathology lab is interested in getting more samples, but we don't have a lot of information to shed light on it at this time.
Yeah, thanks, Claude. This again, as we said, it's another sort of flesh condition that we have very little explanation for, particularly because, you know, the lack of samples, the lack of information on incidents. There's actually very little to report on in terms of the possible causes. That's why, and that applies, I think, to the chalky halibut, that the IPHC, even though is hearing about the appearance of fish with these conditions, has been a little hesitant in embarking in a research project without further information. So that's why, in the particular case of chalky halibut, we started with this surveying effort to really learn more about the condition before embarking in a project to address this issue. So we basically need more information on both types of flesh alterations. Angus, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious about how you guys work out hook competition. You know, how do you tell if, you know, do you assume that if a bait hits the water, it makes it all the way to the bottom and then it's fishing in the bottom? Or how does all that work? I know I've looked at some of the stats in the past, and when the corrections are applied, I don't quite understand some of the hook correction stuff either. So yeah, I'm just wondering how you figure that out.
Hi, this is Ray here. I think I can take that question. First, I'll note that there is a report for the RAB, which I didn't present on today, reviewing the standardization for hook competition that we undertake. So yeah, I encourage you to read that. But it's based entirely on the baits that are returned. So if we get fewer baits back, the assumption is that there's more competition, and we make a bigger correction to an upward adjustment, I should say, to the catch per unit effort for that particular station. And if we get more baits back, then there's less competition. So, and it's also based on the assumption that of exponential decay in the number of baits available to fish. So we start off with all the baits being available, and then they rapidly become some of them rapidly become unavailable at a rate that is a function of how many are returned. There's not much more to it than that. But you know, as we mentioned earlier, we're looking at the possibility of using hook timing data, which we've never had good quality hook timing data before, from recent studies to perhaps validate or to consider revisions to the way we're dealing with hook standardization.
Thank you very much for that. I will add that what you've implied is something that we've had a lot of discussion about, especially when the hook competition factors were first developed. That statement about does the hook make it to the ground Yeah, there's a huge difference in the ability of your gear to catch fish. If you drop the bait through a school of dogfish or rockfish, and the half the baits that you lose never make it to the ground, versus dropping it in the Southeast Bering Sea flats, all the baits make it to the ground and they're slowly grazed off by things like hermit crabs and starfish. So we're definitely aware of the fact that the hook correction curve, the depletion curve that we use, is sort of an average scenario across lots of different species. Like I said, we discussed a lot the notion that we really should probably have species-specific depletion curves that relate to the depredators that are, or predators that are taking the baits off the hook. Yeah, probably Claude or Ian can speak to whether or not that BREP project is going to start doing that. It's certainly something we've wanted to do for quite some time, and I think their work is going to start looking at that.
Yeah, this is Ian. We are in fact including hook timers in that project, and so we are quite hopeful that in addition to the modified hook designs that we'll be testing, that we'll also get essentially a parallel data set on the time of hooking by species that we'll be able to specifically address some of these questions. Of course, we don't know in advance exactly which species we'll encounter, but given that the work's going to be done in 2A, there's a pretty good chance we'll encounter some dogfish.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I look forward to hearing more about it.
I see that Lyle has his hands up. Is this in relation to the current discussion? I'm saying that because Lauren also had a comment, but on a different topic.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Somebody knocked at my door and I ran out, and if you answered it, my apologies. But, especially in area 3A this year where we saw that heavy dogfish, and I mean, you can see it in the top 10 fathoms of the water. I mean, it's thick. And the bait that we get today is, the skin's really not as thick as what we used to get. And, those dogfish can rip that off no problem. We see it when we fish with squid, and we see it when we try to use pinks as well. It's just too soft to actually make it through that type of fish. So again, I mean, how do you account for that? Because I mean, some of our sets we're getting back, significant 60-70% of empty hooks. And it's not really a factor of what went on the bottom. It's the reality that bait really never makes it to the bottom. So again, I apologize if you covered that, but I did have a door knocker.
Yeah, and I could certainly empathize with that firsthand from many years ago when we were fishing with Barney off Triangle Island, and I believe we were fishing 5 skates, and we got 500 yellow eye on our set, and yeah, you could see the rockfish in the school off the bottom, and like I said, I don't think a single hook hit the bottom. I think we had 0% effort effectively on that, but lots of rockfish.
So Lauren had a question. She still has a problem with her mic. I think that's correct. Yeah, I think she still has difficulties with her audio. But in any case, she posted a question on the chat that is related to the effects of climate change on survey timing. She mentions that a lot of folks have mentioned timing of fishing activities changing due to climate and weather patterns, and she'd like to know whether the impacts, how that impacts the survey timing and catch rates, and our thoughts on this. Would anybody on the Secretariat care to address that?
This is Ian. I can take a short stab at that. So ideally, we would go out and do this survey in a single day, and we would get a snapshot, and it wouldn't matter where the fish happened to be. We would just catch them wherever they were on that day of the year. The logistical reality is that that's impossible. And so we broaden the survey window out to, I guess, approximately 3 months now. And that's just due to logistical needs. We can't field enough vessels to consistently do it in a shorter time period than that. We do try to the best of our abilities within those logistics to have vessels start at different times in different places and use different vessels in different areas, realizing again that we don't have the ability to do that in all cases. But the basic assumption is that regardless of where the fish are, we're going to encounter them and catch them somewhere on our survey. Now, could we catch them in, for example, early in the year? Might they be on one side of an IPHC regulatory area line, and later in the summer they could be on the other side? For sure. And that's why increasingly we have encouraged people to consider the stock distribution in terms of biological regions, where those fish, regardless of whether it's a warm summer or a cold summer, or whether the survey comes through in the beginning of June or later in August, those fish are still likely to be within their biological region, or certainly more so than being within a particular IPHC regulatory area. So it's a combination of both. At the end of the day, the survey is a relatively blunt tool to measure the entire population in the North Pacific, but yet with our extensive survey design, we're going to encounter those fish somewhere. It's just a question of where.
And a lot of the dynamic there that Ian's responding to is most of the seasonal stuff is going to be onshore, offshore. There is going to be some longshore movement, and again, for the most part, they're going to be somewhere within the survey grid. I would just sort of add, and it's another thing we've discussed and Ian can easily talk to, probably where we would have the greatest sensitivity on onshore, offshore movement would be places like the Southeast Bering Sea, where our survey is along the edge and then the NIMP survey is up on the flats. So if fish are moving onto the flats with different timing, then sort of that calibration between our survey index and the survey index becomes an important thing to consider.
I see that there's two hands raised up. One is Lyle. Go ahead, Lyle.
My apologies, that's a legacy hand.
No problem. Steve, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, forgive me for a second. I got distracted. Guess that's why. Working from home and teleconferencing isn't the same as sitting in a room with people. My question, it had to do with dogfish. It had to do with the a few minutes ago we were talking about hooks getting all the way down to the bottom, and it had to do with, I think, an earlier question about disqualifying any due to depredation, and that triggered something I've observed in real time charter fishing, in that we fish places where we have great halibut fishing, really consistently. It's in that Cross Sound area. It's 20 miles offshore. But we get swarms of dogfish that come from time to time. And we'll have, like when you guys route, 6 lines out all at once. And 3 out of 6 or 4 out of 6 can't get to the bottom. They literally get cut off by the dogfish's teeth, and the legs are gone. Everything's gone because they're going down, 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 on your reel. And the next thing you know, it just goes slack. It's like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. We go through an incredible amount of gear, and there's halibut down there on the bottom, but they're really hard to get to. So, it's odd to me that some of these surveys can be discredited for marine mammals, and yet, one of the obvious ones, and these swarms of dogfish that I've seen, again, now back when I'm long lining, when I'm not fishing on one tiny boat in one area with 6 lines in real time, but when I'm setting a long line gear over, 2 miles and 10 miles, 15, 20, 30 miles, you keep moving to try to get out of a massive school of dogfish for the same reason. And some of those schools have been, in my recollection, 30 or 40 miles wide. And I don't know how I don't know where they go, or, because they're not always around, but sometimes it's just like that. So what do you do in the case? And maybe I missed something from an earlier conversation, but what do you do in cases like that? Are those test sets, are they disqualified?
Thanks for your question, Steve. Would anybody from the IPHC Secretariat care to respond?
This is Ian again. Yeah, you're right, Steve. We do encounter cases where we catch a lot of dogfish. We rarely fill the entire gear. It does happen, but it doesn't happen that frequently. And we currently don't have any criteria that would exclude that set from further analysis. I note that I think that the maximum correction for hook competition is something on the order of 1.9, meaning that we essentially double the catch rates that we observe in the presence of very heavy competition with dogfish or with other species. And you're also right that this can extend over multiple stations, and we certainly see dogfish somewhere on the survey every year. I think that in the years that I've been aware of it, we've seen dogfish encountered as far west as, say, the west end of Shelikof Strait and all the way down somewhere into 2A. But we don't generally encounter dogfish everywhere every year. So dogfish are, at the moment, part of the noise in the survey. They're going to affect catch rates in some areas in some years and not in other years. We don't, they move around, and unfortunately, we don't have the luxury. What we would ideally do would be to go back and try to refish those stations at some other time when the dogfish weren't there, but we don't have the logistical capability to do that. So we're essentially living with what we've got, which is that we correct them to the best that we can, and we rely on the fact that the dogfish move around year to year, so they're not always affecting the same station.
In this regard, Lyle has posted a comment on the chat that indicates that 25 years ago in Area 3A, the dogfish were from 20 to 50 fathoms. Now they are from 10 to 150 fathoms.
Yeah, this is Ian again. I would also note that the hook competition correction applies to across the entire time series. So I don't know, I take your word for it, Lyle, that dogfish may have expanded in their abundance and or their depth distribution. And so in fact, we can have years when all stations get a positive correction relative to a previous year. So if something like dogfish or any other competitor is actually increasing in its abundance, we can correct an entire year's data for that within the time series.
This is Ray here. I'd like to, sorry, can I, sorry if I'm interrupting. I just wanted to add that I just had a quick look at the dogfish catch rates on the survey, and there's nothing unusual about 2021. In 3A in particular, the proportion of hooks with dogfish as an average over the entire regulatory area, and recognizing that it can be quite localized in impact, it's very much in line with past years and less than some years in the more distant past. So we do see them, but it's never the case that they're entirely swamping the gear in a regulatory area.
So could you please clarify, or at least let me know if I understand this correctly. If you reach some threshold of, catch per unit effort for dogfish, I don't know what that, maybe you said it and I missed it. And if you reach that threshold, 30% of the hooks or whatever it is, and if in that case you will basically double the catch for that particular set for halibut. That's how you would weight it. And then again, wouldn't there be a sliding scale, or is it just a yes or no sort of either we're going to double it or not? How does that work? Could you elaborate on that a little bit more?
This is Ray here. No, it is a sliding scale essentially. So it's basically all species that take the baits. They're not considered separately. We look at how many baits are returned, the proportion of baits that are returned. If fewer baits are returned, then if no baits or very few baits are returned, then a station will get the maximum possible adjustment. because the assumption is that there was heavy competition, not just between halibut and non-target species, but among halibut themselves. So the more halibut there are, the greater the competition for baits as well. And so if there are a few baits returned, and if there are no baits returned, the adjustment, as Ian suggested, is somewhere in the order of 1.9, or almost doubling the catch rate. If all the baits returned, then the adjustment is in the opposite direction. So the weight per unit effort is scaled down because there was no competition. So if there are halibut there, they have plenty of opportunity to take the baits if they were present. So it doesn't depend on spiny dogfish or any other particular species. They're all competitors, and halibut are competing with each other, and they're all affecting the baits that are returned and the rate at which baits are being taken, which is assumed to have an exponential decay. So start off at 100%, and then you eventually get to whatever we got back, with the baits being taken faster in the early part of the soak time than in the later part of the soak time.
I appreciate that answer, and I apologize if I just missed that explanation earlier in this meeting. I'd like to ask one more follow-up question. Maybe it's absurd, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Because there are so many small halibut competing for bait, and they don't get hooked, do you think that has any impact on the catch per unit effort? Are they not getting hooked but taking the bait off the hook? So essentially you have an unbaited hook that might have caught a bigger halibut if it weren't for an extraordinary amount of 30-inch, 28-inch halibut down there?
Yes. So again, just as any other source of competition for baits, a halibut that takes a bait and doesn't get caught, that's a bait that's not available for the other halibut. And so that becomes part of the hook competition adjustment.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I see that Angus has his hand up. Go ahead, Angus.
Yeah, I was just curious, when you do bottom area calculations, does that take into account rugosity?
No, and I think this was a discussion from earlier years as well. I don't remember all the details of that, but I don't believe anyone is doing that for calculating bottom areas, and from probably Ian has a better recollection of this. He tends to remember things better than me, but I believe that would be an extraordinarily complicated thing to do. So no, it's simply essentially the surface area of the ocean above the bottom that we're.
Okay, yeah, yeah, that would fall into, again, what I brought up earlier about the west side of the Haida Gwaii there. That area is so up and down in a relatively small area. You can have a lot of actual area. And I just, wondering how that worked into everything.
Steve, do you have another question, or do you still have your hand up? Okay, now I see Doug. Doug, go ahead.
Yeah, I've got a question around logbook data, and I fish primarily in the northwest corner of Haida Gwaii. I've noticed in probably the last half a dozen years, 5 to 7 years, a huge increase in my bycatch on sharks. Not dogfish, but sharks, so the blue shark, salmon sharks, that sort of thing. This year I noticed that we were having an issue with fishing shallower. We were having an issue with halibut actually being chewed up before we got them to the rail. Whether that was happening as they were coming off bottom, or whether that was happening on bottom before we even hauled the set. And so I'm wondering if the commission is noticing an increase in those animals across a number of regulatory areas if other guys are having the same experience, and you know, if it's something that we should be starting to kind of keep an eye on. I could think of a number of possible ramifications from that.
Thanks for your comment, Doug. Anybody would care to comment?
This is Ian. I would note that you can look at catch rates of non-halibut species through our FIS Interactive website. I'm not sure what the trends have been for some of the species you named, but that is something that we should be able to query and see if it's consistent with what we're seeing on our FIS.
Okay, thank you, Ian. Yeah, just my own observation, you know, at the start of my fishing career, it was a novelty to catch a shark, and now, you know, depending on how, you know, close to, you know, into September, if we're not too late in September, you know, we get days where we've got 30 to 50 sharks for a bycatch. It's off the hook in a way, you know, like it's pretty incredible.
Thanks for your comment, Doug. We'll post the link to our website where that information is present for you all.
Thank you.
I just wanted to agree with that observation of Doug's. We, in particular this year more than ever, but it's been a growing trend. And, you know, naturally it's kind of exciting for people on a charter boat, not when we're trying to catch a halibut, but, you know, on the surface when they can see these big sharks. And they, you know, a lot of our captains will try to fish for them, you know, and catch and release them. I won't allow them to kill them and bring them back to town anymore if they get a trophy shot of a dead fish they're not going to eat. When I made them start to fillet the fish and put it in people's box, they all of a sudden decided it wasn't that important. But this year in particular, there was just a huge increase in the number of those big sharks. And I definitely saw that, and it's definitely been a trend.
Thanks, Steve, for your comment. Doug, did you have an additional comment?
No, I don't, but thanks for that information, Steve. I just wondered if it was a localized issue or if it was a bigger issue that, you know, the various fishing industries might have to keep an eye on as it progresses.
This is Giuseppe. I know that at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, there's scientists looking at skate population dynamics and distribution. I wonder if there's anybody here who knows similar work with the kind of shark species that you're discussing about, dogfish and other larger sharks, to see if there's actually a trend and changes in distribution of these species, or it's just a change in abundance. Any other comments? Are there any areas that we haven't covered that you would like to point our attention to? Yeah, Ian, go ahead.
So if we're bringing up new topics, I actually have a question for you all that have commercial experience with regard to logbooks. So Dr. Webster discussed some of his evaluation of the setline survey catch rates in the presence and absence of whales, both sperm and killer whales. And one of the things that I'm going to be undertaking as part of next year's full stock assessment is a little deeper look at the reporting of whale depredation in the commercial logbooks. As I'm sure some of you remember, we started to roll out that program most recently in 2017, where we began asking some questions about whether you encountered whales during fishing. If so, how many, what species, and was there any damage to your gear, either hooks, ganyons, or fish? And if so, how much damage? And so we started to look to some degree at those data, but have realized that it was really kind of a slow rollout into the logbooks. We started in Alaska. I think the first logs were distributed that had these new fields in them. I know that our port samplers have been doing interviews for people that weren't filling those out already on their own. And I know that in 2B, for example, it's still those fields are still not part of the electronic logs. So I guess I would pose a question: Are you guys using those fields reliably, and or do you feel like what's being reported in those by others is going to be representative of encounter rates of marine mammals?
Go ahead, Lyle.
Yeah, thank you. Full disclosure from a BC fisherman for you. Ever since we put the EM cameras on and we've been collecting data for everybody, our department hangs us by our data. Our environmentals hang us by our data. And that's not why we went down that road of trying to be accountable and sustainable and what we at the time assumed to be doing the right thing. So I think it's very difficult to get buy-in from some of our fleets because, like I said, they're just thinking, what's next? Are we going to be shut out of more areas? Are they going to close stuff? I mean, we're in a process right now called the Northern Shelf Bioregion, and the first maps that came out, they basically circled all our heat spots. The heat map on the heat maps are our highest production spots, and they're being stripped away from us through different processes. So pretty tough to get buy-in, at least from some of us in British Columbia. So yeah, that's being 100% honest with you.
Thank you, Lyle.
So, sorry, Brian, I'm not quite sure what you mean by hindcasting in the stock assessment. We certainly have time periods in the historical record when we have had to reconstruct various sources of mortality from different quality of data. That's primarily occurring back, I would say, before 1950, when our records are not nearly as complete. With regard to PSC in particular, that really becomes an issue in the 1960s with the arrival of the foreign fleet off the coasts of North America. And there are certainly a few of the early years there where the data are pretty poor on just exactly the overall magnitude of Pacific halibut that were removed by that fleet. But those are some pretty large estimates in that time period on the range of 10 to 20 million pounds. I'm not sure I'm answering your question there. I'm not sure I quite understand specifically.
Yep. Yeah, Brian, is your audio on? Okay. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay. Just I know that the stock assessment as an index that might be used in setting PSC in an abundance based management paradigm, I guess. It's for the IPHC, it's model based, but as it's being proposed right now, the numbers are there's absolute thresholds where there's a high, medium, and a low, and I'm just wondering if the fact that there's a model ensemble, how those differences might affect that, and how it might be more accurate. If you could, I guess, articulate how it might be more accurate to use reference points or percentages as opposed to absolute values in PSC limits.
Yeah, I can. And thanks for that question. I'm glad we got your audio hooked up, Brian. So the index that's used for PSC limits, maybe to provide everybody who's not already focused on this in Alaska with a little background, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council is currently considering moving to abundance-based limits on bycatch in non-directed fleets in the Bering Sea specifically. And as part of that, they've chosen to use two indices of abundance, one index being based on the Eastern Bering Sea Trawl Survey, and the other index being based on the modeled FIS results as presented, as you see presented by Dr. Webster and myself each year. And that would include the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands. And so the question is, as Brian's pointed out, the current council consideration is to use that in an absolute sense. So they've defined some fairly arbitrary units and some cutoffs in those units. And what that means is that, for example, if we were to change the definition of how we deal with whale depredation, or change the way in which we approach hook competition corrections, these sorts of things will change the entire time series of our survey estimates. And so, in fact, any of those types of changes could trigger a change in the PSC limits that doesn't have to do with an actual change in encounter rates of halibut on the water, but has more to do with a reanalysis of the information, or an improvement in the methods that we're using. So I guess the short answer is that the Halibut Commission uses our survey as an index, not as an absolute scale. And in fact, personally, I think it's a very bad idea to base PSC limits on an absolute value of that index for exactly that reason. They can change due to a variety of different changes or improvements in the analysis methods.
That answers that perfectly. It's kind of what I meant by hindcasting, I guess, is just that, yeah, sometimes I guess the past results can be adjusted based on new analysis and new findings. Thank you, Dr. Stewart.
Are there any other comments, questions? New ideas? Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'll comment on Dr. Ian's question, or Dr. Stewart's question about reporting whale interactions. In our area, in 2A, off the coast of Washington, they are very, very infrequent, thank goodness, so far. And when they do occur, the fishermen come right into the dock, and they've got all sorts of pictures to show us. So we're definitely interested in it. We definitely, pay attention and report it when it does happen. But luckily, I think due to the structure of our fishery, where it's a derby fishery for the most part, and we're only out there for a very short period of time each year, the only time that we get whale interactions is when they just happen to be swimming by while we're conducting our fishery. And I don't think we've had any interactions in the last couple of years. But definitely, if it does happen, we find out about it and we do report it.
Thanks, Scott. And if I could follow up, are the logbooks people are using in 2A, are those now including these fields?
Several years ago, actually, when I was in master's school, I did my thesis on whale deprivation, and part of that thesis was handing out our own custom logbooks, our own custom reporting sheets to the fishermen, so everyone has those. So I'm not sure exactly if the logbooks we're getting from IPHC has that little section in it, but the fishermen definitely have a way to report it to us.
Thanks, much appreciated. The reason I ask this question is because we've been trying for years to come up with a way to quantify or at least create an envelope for what a plausible range of whale depredation mortality might be associated with the directed commercial fishery. And we can estimate, as you saw from Dr. Webster, we can estimate when whales are present what fraction of the fish on the line they're eating. But the only way we can then create any kind of an extrapolation to the commercial fishery from that is to have logbook records of how frequently whales are being encountered while prosecuting the fishery itself. And so really the medium to long-term prognosis for what we can do about whale depredation, the ideal solution is to just figure out a way to get rid of it. And you saw the proposal and the project that Claude and I are working on to try to provide some additional tools in the toolbox to reduce whale depredation off the top. The easiest way to estimate it is if the estimate is 0. But realizing that we have some whale depredation that's likely to occur as long as we're utilizing hook and line gear, we are at some point in time going to need to rely on the fleet, either via observers or cameras or self-reporting through the logs to get an estimate of the encounter rates. And so that's why we have these fields currently in the logbooks, and why we're looking to try and figure out how we can use them best.
More comments or questions? Just to recap a little bit, our recent discussion, just on going over the different topics that have been covered. I see that the FIS, the Sedline Survey, are always a dominant theme in these discussions. There are a lot of issues related to that have been brought up. Whale depredation has been mentioned a few times as a serious concern. Bycatch, particularly the issue of shark species, dogfish, and other sharks. There have been a few questions regarding discard mortality related to the recreational fishery, handling practices, and one question regarding potential ways to infer the population of origin of fishes. So one question related to genetics and genomics. And then I think we've got a couple of questions regarding reproductive related issues, one being sex ratios, and then we had a brief discussion on spawning areas. So regarding this slightly less represented research areas that we've talked about, being one, reproduction, another one on migration. We actually have touched relatively little on migration related issues. And then, the power and the future of genetics and genomics in our understanding migration distribution, but also adaptation to um, local environments and also changing environments as we see coming up. So in those little less represented areas, would there be any additional questions that you would like us to expand on or provide more information? Scott has his hand raised. Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you just hit on it. That's what we're very concerned about is the changing ocean conditions in now and into the future, and how that's going to affect the migration of the species, and how that's going to affect the where the main body of the stock is situated at present and into the future. That's definitely something that we need to keep tabs on and continue to explore.
Great, thanks for your comments, Scott. That's really on top of our list, and as part of the next iteration of our 5-year research plan that will span the period of 2022 to 2026, we're actually working into incorporating climate change related issues, and in fact, I think we've had a few discussions at the Secretariat as to how to start developing those research questions based on the fact that I think we're fairly well suited to identify potential changes in climate change. The survey is one key element that includes our environmental monitoring efforts, so the water profiling that we deploy and all the environmental monitoring that we conduct in our survey is actually a potential useful source of information on climate changes, but also on terms of the biology of the species. So there's one aspect related to genetics and genomics that addresses or will hope to address some of those questions, and that is the potential distribution change of the Pacific halibut population. You know, the Pacific cod population has shown to have moved north, potentially in response to climate-related events, warming conditions, and I think we're going to be able to address similar questions with the Pacific halibut with the tools that we're developing to see if there's actually a northward movement of Pacific halibut. And in fact, Dr. Webster, in his recent paper on the development and application of the space-time model, actually showed that the center of distribution of Pacific halibut in the Bering Sea has actually moved northward over the last few years in terms of numbers of fish. Now, with the genetic tools, we're actually going to be able to determine, where those fish are potentially coming from, whether it's the same, component of the population that is just shifting north, or whether there's other population dynamics effects that are, playing a role in this potential change in distribution. So that's really on top of our agenda. Brian, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. This my question is about that reproductive assessment of the Pacific halibut population. I know that Teresa Fish is about to present a bunch of findings on that, I think on Thursday, if I remember right. I guess I'm wondering if you were to find broad scale spatial differences in the reproductive schedule and maturity schedule of halibut across the Gulf in this study or future studies, do you think that could be used? Would it affect management? I guess that's my question.
Thanks, Brian, for your question. I think that's a very relevant one. I'll address the first part of the question, and then I'll pass on to Dr. Stewart to comment on the management implications. But that is, again, it's another top priority issue for us. And in fact, that's precisely what we're designing to do in the next year's Fisheries Independent Satellite Survey in 2022, is to collect gonadal samples coast-wide, particularly to assess potential spatial differences in maturity schedules. So that's precisely what we're going to be embarking on next year as one of the top research projects. Now, regarding the management implications of potential differences in spatial maturity schedules, I'll let Dr. Stewart comment on that.
Yeah, thanks, Joseph. I mean, I think a priori, we expect some spatial differences in maturity just based on the work that's already been done. The component of the stock that's going to be most important to management is going to be biological region 3 in the core of the stock, just purely for the reason that 2/3 of the biomass roughly occurs there. So that's going to drive things the most. The immediate effect on management is unlikely to be very large because most of this just scales out in the stock recruitment relationship. If we were to get even a moderate revision to the current maturity schedule, it's unlikely to have a huge effect on the management quantities. Now, what would be important is if we then subsequently find a reliable way to monitor these patterns, and we find that maturity is trending either up or down as a function of age over time, that is definitely going to have an effect on management, and it's going to be something that we'll see. Perhaps in the medium term, we could see a response if we're seeing, for example, as a function of temperature or some other environmental component, a directional change in the maturity schedules. But I would say we're at a minimum several years away from that level of information.
Thanks for your comment, Brian. And you're actually correct. Teresa Fish thesis defense is scheduled for Thursday, and I actually put the link in the chat if anybody's interested in learning a little more what we have been doing regarding the reproductive assessment of female Pacific halibut. Any more questions or comments? Any new issues that you may want to bring up?
Hi, I hope my microphone is working now. This is Grace.
Please go ahead.
Just touching on management implications in regards to a northward migration of the halibut. I was wondering if there's been any discussion on if that's proven that some populations are moving northward, what that would mean for management.
Thanks, Grace, for your question. We actually don't have, at least genetically speaking, we don't have evidence for a northward movement of Pacific halibut. That is something that we're actually very interested in addressing through genetic means. Regarding the management implications, again, I'll pass that to Dr. Stewart.
Yeah, thanks, Joseph. As Joseph noted, we actually, until the most recent couple of years, we've seen the stock actually trending to the east and to the south over the entire coast, with the relative abundance apparently increasing in biological region 2, although that does seem to be reversing slightly in the last couple of years. Some of Dr. Webster's work in the Bering Sea indicates that the stock within the Bering Sea might be moving to the north somewhat over the last few years. The current management procedure that the Commission uses utilizes the survey-based estimates of stock distribution as one of the fundamental building blocks of how to distribute the TCEY on a year-to-year basis. So if we were to see a prolonged shift to the north or to the west or even to the east, depending on conditions, we would see our management respond to that as it's observed through our summer FIS survey. But I think at this point, we don't have any evidence that we are at or near sort of the edge of the historical envelope. All of the stock distribution that we've seen over the last couple decades has been within the range that we've seen since the beginning of the modern survey.
This is Tim. I'll add a little to that. There has certainly also been observational evidence from some of the communities in the northern Bering Sea of the increase of both cod and halibut. In particular, on St. Lawrence Island, the community is Savunga and around Nome. Savunga in particular, they've got a very sort of small-scale handline fishery for cod up there. It started with an increase in cod, and it has now become an increase in halibut. Curiously, those fishermen do not want halibut on their line. They see them as sort of hook depredators that get in the way of their cod fishing. And research in that area run mostly by UAF and NSCDC has demonstrated that those fish do go back to the shelf edge in the winter to spawn. So there's some really interesting questions regarding exactly how far north can the population conveniently move when they still seem to need to get back to deep water. As you get further and further into that northern Bering Sea Arctic Ocean realm, they get themselves out into these flats. So will there be a change in large-scale distribution? In particular, will those fish have to start constraining themselves to very northern spawning grounds like Navarin Canyon, which will also bring them across the border to Russia? So with the northern movement, there's definitely some really interesting dynamics that could happen, because it's not simply a shift along an endless shelf edge the way it sort of is on the southern end of the population. And a lot of that is yet to be seen as these dynamics continue.
That is really interesting. Thank you.
Some more comments? Let's see, Brian. Brian, do you have a question?
Oh, that was a legacy hand.
It's okay. Any particular areas? Let's see. Maybe I'll ask a specific question to a particular RAB member that's been heavily involved in some of our research activities over the last few years. That's Lando. Lando, are you online?
Yeah, I'm here, Joseph.
Yeah, Lando, we're just interested in hearing your take on some of the research projects that have been conducted within your sphere. Do you have any specific comments, or would you request additional information on some of the projects that have been done? I mean, you were particularly mentioned in several studies. You were a participant in the reproductive assessment project. So you collected gonads in the Portlock region for quite a few months. So you were also involved in the collection of winter samples from the spawning population in early 2020. That was one of the largest efforts within the last few years in terms of sample collection outside of the FIS. And you were also a participant in the longline discard mortality rate study. Would you have any comments related to any of those projects that you actively participated in?
Yeah, I'll never do it again. No, I'm only kidding there, Joseph. Yeah, not specifically related to any of those any of those research projects. I'm not sure if you've got has it finished processing the data from the Aleutian area. That was a couple of years ago. I remember hearing earlier today that speaking about the genetic makeup of the 4D edge fish, that you didn't know if they were more related to the Russian biomass or the Gulf biomass. I was hoping for some clarification on that. And a few comments there to Ian's question about the logbooks and the documenting of the whale interaction. And I pretty much concur with Lyle that it's a tough buy-in for a lot of fishermen because they're not real sure how that data is going to be used, whether or not it's going to impact the quota if we attribute more of the removals to whale depredation. So I mean I've heard different captains mention that, and also the pretty subjective how the data is pretty subjective because you get whale interaction and they ask you how many whales you see. Well, there could be 15 and you only see 2. And how much gear damage did you have? Well, you could have a few bent hooks, but they could still strip off 5,000 pounds. You never know. So there's a lot of those uncertainties that probably contribute to the lack of buy-in in that. I mean, we try to document all their interaction, but we really don't know how accurate that information is. And another question I had that I meant to ask is, I don't know if you have the statistics on that, but I know that for quite a few years now, the majority of us that have quota or fish quota in the 4C, D, and E area try to get our fish caught at St. Matthews. So I was wondering if there was any statistics on what percentage of that small piece of the pie that we have out there actually comes from St. Matthews. There's a minority of boats that attempt to fish on the 4D edge, and we know there's a lot of fish out there. I mean, historically there has been, but the abundance of killer whales out there just makes it prohibitive to even try. So yeah, I was wondering if there's any info on the genetic makeup of those fish and the stats of where the quota is coming from.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Lando. I may comment just on the genetics question. Yeah, we don't have yet any information on the genetic makeup of those fish in the 4CD&E area. And also that links to your first comment on I thought I heard 4D, but did you actually mean 4D or 4B? B is in beta. Western Aleutians.
4D is in Delta. I mean, you should have some genetic information on the 4B fish, right?
Yeah, we do. Actually, we're processing those, so we don't have any information right now. But Andy is actually processing that data as we speak. Yeah, and the potential link with Russian stocks that is it's unknown at this time. One of the limitations that we have to address that issue is the lack of winter collected samples from Russia. We do have some historical samples from the mid-90s from summer collected Pacific halibut off the Russian coast that were included in the last genetic study that was published by Dan Drinan et al. in 2016. But in order to conduct the genetic studies in a proper way, they have to be done with samples collected during the spawning season at the spawning grounds. So we don't have those. The only thing that we could do is as Andy mentioned before, is when we do those analysis, we may identify samples that don't assigned to any of the genetic signatures, and then we may extrapolate, depending on where the samples were collected, that they may be coming from outside of the range of the samples collected. So at this point, we don't know, but we're working on it. So I'll let some other people speak to your other comments, management issues, and then the well interaction issues. Would anybody want to comment? Yeah, Ian.
Yeah, this is Ian. Lando, it's been a couple of years since I've looked specifically at the landings associated with the grounds around St. Matthew. The last time we looked in detail was in 2017 when we noticed a very big jump in the catch rates in 4D. And when we dug in a little deeper, what we found, I believe that it was something like 3/4 of the landings from 4D were coming from those inshore areas around St. Matthew. And that was the first year. It had been increasing up to that year, but that was the first year we saw a really big jump in the landings around St. Matthew. I'm just looking on our website. I note that we do have a mapping tool for halibut catch on our website, but we're in the process of updating that. I think the commercial data is only currently updated through 2019, but you can definitely see that spike in 2017 around St. Matthew. And that was actually those high catch rates around St. Matthew were seen also during our FIS survey that year. We sampled that area and also saw a very high catch rate.
Yeah, just empirically, the vessels that fish up there, we estimate it to be 80 to 85% of the quota for those areas, 4C and the 4D, coming out of the shallow waters around St. Matthews, which, is a lot of fish to come out of such a small area. And like we said, we know there's fish, a lot of fish, in the canyons, especially on the edge, but being able to access them is not easy. And so with the advent of the slinky pots and other vessels fishing different types of pots, the St. Peter and the Oracle specifically for the last couple of years have been trying to increase their success rates with various pot styles, and they're getting a little better. Nothing to write home about as of yet. And so the slinky pots are their development's coming along too. So I don't know. Once we get a successful approach to the pot fishing over there, it could impact the assessment on the biomass out there. So I'm not exactly sure. It's sort of apples and oranges to be comparing hooks to pots, but we might be able to come up with some sort of a research survey that could quantify, the relationship between what you can catch with pots and what you can catch with hooks. I mean, you can't catch with anything with hooks because of all the whales, but yeah, I don't know. I have to put some thought to that, I guess.
Yeah, thanks, Lando. I don't mean to interrupt because I think there are more issues that needed to be discussed, but I would like to suggest that we take a break, maybe a short break, 10 minutes, and then we come back and we finish up the question and discussion section, and we move on to the next agenda item. So if we take a break for 10 minutes, we should be back at 3:51 Pacific Standard Time. So we'll see you back in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to try to finish up this section of the RAB022 meeting. We were discussing when we broke for the break several issues that were raised by Lando related to genetic composition of fish. I think we finished the discussion when we were talking about whale interactions and the uncertainty related to that. Lando, were there any other comments that you would want to make, or in relation to what we were discussing before we broke? I see that Lando's muted. Would anybody else would care to make any other comments? I know that in the chat, Scott had asked about an issue related to size at age, which has not been mentioned much during this discussion. And Scott was asking whether there are studies into why halibut are typically larger or smaller between regulatory areas. He indicates that it seems to him that IPHC regulatory area 2A has historically smaller fish than other areas, and he's interested in potential explanations for that observation. That could be related to food quality, food supply, genetics, ocean conditions, and others. And my response to that was that that is probably correct, that there's a number of factors that affect size at age, and they're probably interacting. And that's a hard issue to tackle. I also mentioned that, at least to my knowledge, one of the few studies that have been looking at potential spatial differences in size at age has been the work that was conducted by Brian Ritchie during his master's thesis. I don't know if you, Brian, if you were there, if you care to very briefly comment on potential spatial differences in size at age within a regulatory area.
Yeah, my study was focused on IPHC area 3A, and there were east to west. There was so there were significant differences spatially in the data. In the tests that I used spatially, I used a couple different methods. I used GIS and I used just modeling-based approaches using R, and there were definitely significant differences spatially. I expected to see more of a gradient. Instead, there was non-random patchy structure that persisted over time. Not sure if that answers the question or not.
Thanks, Brian, for the comment. Would any of the RAB members or invited observers would want to care to expand on that topic, or are there any other questions that you would want to bring at this time before we start closing up the discussion section? Lyle, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Not sure if this is where to bring it up, but I know Canadians, or myself, we're quite interested in how accurate the trawl mortality numbers are, you know, the factors that they use. And the reason I ask that is we're just about to go through a sablefish mortality. But first off, is this the appropriate time to ask? I'll assume it is then. Yeah, we are about to engage in a sablefish mortality study starting next week, and we're discussing and working with the sablefish sector as well as the trawl sector, and lots of issues, you know, and differences between large vessels, large nets, high horsepower versus the smaller vessels, and we're really concerned about the accuracy of the discard mortality rates in that fishery. So along the same lines with halibut, you know, as Canada has, or at least in British Columbia, we've increased our numbers of larger factory vessels on our coast, and we're very concerned about the impacts on our resource with those boats and whether they should be treated in a little bit different fashion than the these smaller vessels. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Lyle.
So one comment, this is Tim again. One comment I'll make, there are a couple of different aspects of accuracy of trawl mortality estimates. One of the good things that we saw in our trawl discard mortality experiment using the satellite tags was that the viability estimated mortality and the satellite tag validated estimated mortality were really close. So it did seem like those observer-based vitality estimates are doing a good job. It doesn't speak to coverage issues and so forth, which can also be a concern, but I'll leave it at that.
Did I lose connection or is this still going?
I was wondering the same thing. I'm here. This is Kevin.
Yeah,
Okay,
my mic
Kevin,
was on.
I'm here too.
Yeah, I noticed that Commissioner DeGrief's hand was up. Did you have a question or a comment, Commissioner?
Yeah, no, not at all. No, I don't know why the hand would have been up. Just listening. Thank you.
Thank you. So anyway, I'm not sure if what I was indicating was off mic or on mic, but I was summarizing the few topics that were discussed, mostly fish, reproduction, bycatch, whale depredation, migration, number of stock assessment and management implications. This would be the time to raise any other additional issues or make comments before we move on to the next agenda item. If you have anything in mind, please go ahead. This would be the time now. Okay, seeing none, maybe we can actually move on to the next agenda item. So we're closing the section on guidance and discussion of potential applied research projects, and now We move on to agenda item number 8, which is other business. And I'll pass the word to Dr. Wilson.
Sure. And just so in terms of a little bit of process from here, Giuseppe's going to write up that short summary of agenda item 7. We're then going to insert it into the draft report and email it to all of the RAB members present for review prior to adoption. So the plan is now just to go for another 5 minutes or so, then we'll break while that's being done. We'll then email you the draft, give you 15 minutes or so to review it before we go back into session and adopt the report itself. So in terms of agenda item 8, it's going to be a relatively quick agenda item, as the Commission, due to COVID-19, has not adopted a 3-year meeting calendar as it has done in previous years. However, the discussion that needs to be had with all of you is essentially whether you are content with holding the Research Advisory Board meeting immediately prior to the interim meeting each year, instead of what we've tried to do for the last couple of years with mixed success of having the meeting after the annual meeting itself. So maybe I'll just pause there, because I'd like some feedback from RAB members of whether you would like to continue this process now of holding the RAB the day before the interim meeting. One of the other advantages of that, of course, is that once we are meeting in person, is that we'll be paying for your travel costs to come down to attend the Research Advisory Board meeting, and therefore also reduce your costs to attend the interim meeting itself. So I'll pause there and see if we can have any feedback. Scott, go ahead.
Thank you. Could you remind me why we switched the date in the first place?
Thanks. No, good question. It was switched originally because there was a push from the Commission in particular to ensure that the Research Advisory Board had greater input into the development of research proposals and research projects soon after the overall direction and budget was provided by the Commission at its annual meeting. And so we moved it from November, as it was felt like as though it was out of sync with the Scientific Review Board recommendations that would then feed into the Commission itself. And so by moving originally from November to February, the idea was to get the RAB's input early, feed that into the Scientific Review Board meeting in June, and then also September, as well as the MSAB meetings, if applicable, and then for those final recommendations to go to the Commission meeting. That hasn't been successful, I guess, for a number of reasons, as primarily you've all been preparing for the fishing season as well in February. And the advantages of moving it to this time of year are, I guess, twofold, depending on when the Fish Expo is being held, but then also the potential to tag it on immediately prior to the interim meeting, so that we can cover your travel costs to Seattle. Thanks.
In that case, I have no problem keeping it as is.
Thanks, Scott. Any other votes of support of leaving the meeting the day before the interim meeting moving forward? Maybe votes of dissent would be an easier way. Okay, not seeing any. We'll record that that's the intention. Sean, go ahead.
Just a quick question. If you're having the day before the interim meeting, would any input that we offer leave enough time for that to be not necessarily adapted, but considered in the upcoming meeting the following day?
Thanks, Sean. The short answer is yes. And so, for example, the report this evening will be finalized shortly. We'll adopt it and then publish it for commissioners, and then it will be briefly presented tomorrow at the interim meeting, noting that the interim meeting itself is largely informational in its purpose, and that the primary decision-making occurs at the annual meeting. And all of the papers for the annual meeting are not due until 30 days prior to the annual meeting itself. And so by holding the RAB meeting immediately prior to the interim meeting, It gives the commissioners an initial preview of those recommendations or requests from the RAB, which are then pushed to the annual meeting itself for any decision making.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, well with that, we'll leave that as the suggestion or a request rather, and should you change your mind, feel free to indicate as much to us and we'll carry that forward in additional conversations with the commissioners themselves. Look, we only have one other agenda item, which is the adoption of the report. But just prior to adjourning while we finalize that draft for you, the only other item is the rules of procedure themselves. And so just as a reminder, the Commission adopted updated rules of procedure, which includes the terms of reference for the RAB earlier this year. However, that we have made a number of minor refinements to those rules of procedure, or specifically the terms of reference for the RAB. They are very minor in detail, and so rather than stepping through those at this point, what I'm going to propose is that when we reconvene in about 20 minutes or so, is that I walk you through those on the screen as part of the potential adoption of the report. As I said, they are quite minor, and I don't expect that there will be any issues. But if we reopen the session itself to go over those two paragraphs and then walk our way through the adoption of the report, that's probably going to be the simplest path forward. So with that said then, we will adjourn for around 20 minutes or so. And you should expect in your email boxes at some point within that 20 minutes the draft report for you to read through. There'll be about 45 paragraphs or so that we'd like you to read prior to putting it up on the big screen. And so we'll then reconvene and go paragraph by paragraph, I suspect relatively quickly, confirming your agreement or otherwise with the report text. So with that, it is 4:09. Let's plan to reconvene at 4:30, and we can step through the adoption of the report. So please take a break, and we'll be back at 4:30. Thank you. Okay, well, welcome back. Let's make a start and move for adoption of the report of the 22nd second of the Research Advisory Board. The preliminary information we simply update once the report itself has been adopted itself, including the executive summary, where we'll drop in the various requests. The only edit to be made there is simply to note that there is 9 RAB members present, not the 8 that were typed in originally. And so that's been reflected in paragraph 1. And so the intention is to try for these initial sections to go through section by section, and then for the more detailed section, paragraph by paragraph. But before we do that, I just wanted to put on the screen paragraph 4, where, as I was highlighting just before we broke to finalize the report, that we are suggesting a number of recommendations or recommended changes to the terms of reference for the Research Advisory Board. They are relatively minor in content, however, they've been made or recommended to better reflect the role and functions of the Research Advisory Board and to separate them from the Scientific Review Board, which is one of the standing recommendations or requests from the Commission. So, for example, in paragraph 1 of Appendix 7 of the IPHC Rules of Procedure, which define the terms of reference for the Research Advisory Board, it's simply deleting the word ideas and changing them from research ideas to research topics to be considered for incorporation in the IPHC 5-year research plan. Then the deletion of point B, which is to review IPHC research proposals, which is not something I think has ever occurred within the Research Advisory Board, and to make former paragraph C, paragraph B, and to add on, instead of having during the development of research plans, is to add the text on current and planned research activities contemplated for inclusion in the IPHC 5-year research plan. And then the final edit is to paragraph 2, where again we're simply deleting research plans and priorities and expanding that to options for new suggested research topics and current and planned research activities and their prioritization. So simply to better reflect what you are all doing at the Research Advisory Board. So noting those edits are relatively minor, I would simply seek confirmation that the Research Advisory Board is happy to endorse those changes so that we can put them forward to the Commission. Now, because I'm sharing my screen, I cannot see hands raised, and so Giuseppe, I'm going to ask that you manage the hands raised and interventions. Any objection to those amendments to the Rules of Procedure for the Research Advisory Board? Not hearing any, then we'll consider that that is agreeable, and we'll go back to Section 1 for adoption of the report itself. And so for the opening of the session, there are 4 paragraphs. Any edits to those 4 paragraphs from RAB members? And the intention is to go relatively quick, so please do preemptively raise your hand. We'll consider those adopted. Section 2, paragraph 5. Section 3, paragraph 6 and 7. Section 3.2, paragraph 8. Section 4. Now this is for paragraphs 9 through 13. Any edits or comments from RAB members? Okay, Section 5, and now we'll go paragraph by paragraph. Paragraph 14. Paragraph 15. Paragraph 16. So this is the first request, which the RAB members were highlighting the enhanced communication and asking that or requesting that level of communication continue. So this is the first request. Paragraph 17. Paragraph 18. Paragraph 19. No hands raised so far. So moving on to 5.2, Dr. Webster's first presentation. Paragraph 20. Paragraph 21. Paragraph 22. Paragraph 23. Paragraph 24. Go ahead, Doug. Go ahead, Doug.
Sorry, guys. In section 24, the implication, or the way I read it, it implies that there are areas closed to longline gear. We have just as much trouble with some of the areas that are open to longline gear, but we can't fish them due to bycatch restrictions. So is there a way to change the wording to reflect that? Because we would like to see, some fishing effort in those areas that are open, but you know, limited to bycatch or by bycatch.
Sorry, Doug, we're just searching for potentially where in the paragraph we could add in that comment.
Yeah, thank you for looking at that.
So Doug, would in the first sentence where it says the RAB noted that the fishery is excluded from some shallower regions and areas with high bycatch rates, is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, yes, that would be good. Yeah.
Does that read well or not?
With areas, I would take out and maybe put in the word with. I think that captures the intent now.
Great, thanks, Doug. Lando?
Thank you.
Yeah, I was wondering. I'm not sure if it's in any of these paragraphs. I was looking for some clarification on how you planned on implementing your suggested prioritized order of stations. And that might be in a different paragraph coming up or something. I don't know.
Sorry, Lando. There was some static or movement of something which blocked out a few key words there. Could you just repeat what you said?
Yeah, there was some mention of prioritizing the order of stations. I was wondering if you could clarify that and how you planned on implementing that.
Go ahead, Kayla.
Hi, this is Kayla. So prior to the start of the survey and in tender specification discussions, and we will be, I can provide that information to those with questions about particular charter areas and whatnot. That way you can adjust your bids accordingly and whatnot.
So at this point, we weren't planning on adding a paragraph in that regard, but we certainly could if you wanted us to, Lando, or would you be content with simply working with the Secretariat as we figure out how we're actually going to be prioritizing those areas for sampling?
Yeah, I don't think you need to add anything. I just wondered how you planned on implementing it. So yeah, we just deal with it when the bid specifications come out, I guess. So, all right.
Great, thank you very much. Paragraph 25. Paragraph 26. So just clarification on 26, and so this was not explicitly stated, but it's our interpretation, and I just wanted to get confirmation that the RAB is content noting the FIS design for 2022 that was endorsed by SRB 18 and the plan modifications to target long-term revenue neutrality, that the RAB does agree that the optimized design 1 with full sampling in IPHC regulatory area 4CD appeared to be the most appropriate. And so we're not putting this as a request or recommendation. It's just based on the information that you received. that the optimized design one, that you're in agreement that it appears to be the most appropriate. So I just want confirmation if you're content with that or not. So maybe, again, casting, if anyone objects to this wording. Okay, not hearing anything. Section 5.3, paragraph 27. 5.4, paragraph 28. Section 5.5, paragraph 29. Paragraph 30. And then paragraph 31, which has a request where the RAB requested further review of the FIS whale depredation effectiveness criteria, which in some instances may be either too liberal or too conservative. Go ahead, Sean.
Yes, Dr. Wilson, I think 31 probably captures a bit of the statement I'm going to make here, but in paragraph 30, you're saying it's based on visual assessments. Yeah, the sperm whale is based on a 3-mile visual assessment, and perhaps the orca depredation is based on a lip visual assessment. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is there is a visual assessment on the sperm whale, that being 3 miles, and there's no visual assessment in the orca depredation criteria. So my suggestion is to add a visual assessment to the orca depredation similar to what's being used in the sperm whale depredation criteria.
Thanks for that. We're just having a bit of a think about how we could potentially modify the paragraph to accommodate.
Okay. Trying not to complicate things here, but couldn't we just say sperm whale's visual assessments based on 3 nautical miles, while orca depredation has no distance assessment? Visual distance assessment?
Sorry, we're just trying to struggle with some of the potential wording.
Okay.
So I need those who are most familiar with this to suggest specific wording. So at the moment it is that the RAB noted that the FIS criteria for ineffectiveness due to sperm whale
Sperm whale depredation.
Yeah, and then orca depredation is based on the presence of lips. Or other obvious damage, yeah.
Go to the next one. 31.
How does that sound?
That looks good to me. You could throw the word solely behind based on paragraph 30. Based solely on.
He wants solely
That's not entirely.
So at the moment it reads based on the presence of Pacific halibut lips or other obvious damage. Is that
Yes, I mean that's what I would prefer, and that's what I understand as written, not what's interpreted. So just based solely on.
Somebody else have a suggestion based on the text that's on the screen? All right. In the interest of moving on, any additional suggested edits to paragraph 30 at this point? Okay, are we content with paragraph 30? And then we have paragraph 31, where the request is to include a measure for orca depredation, some form of quantitative visual assessment. Okay. No objections? Okay. Section 6. So 6.1, paragraph 32. Paragraph 33. Section 6.1.2, paragraph 34. 6.2, paragraph 35. We have an endorsement here, which is sort of the traditional, or standing rather, endorsement of the approach that's been undertaken for the 5-year research plan or program. 6.2.1, paragraph 36. Paragraph 37. Paragraph 38. Paragraph 39. Paragraph 40. And then in section 7, these are the new paragraphs that were just drafted. So we will step through those one by one. Paragraph 41. Paragraph 42. Paragraph 43. So this is more a general noting again, noting that we've just had that discussion on whale depredation. Paragraph 44. Paragraph 45. Paragraph 46. Now, before I move on, also if there is anything missing that the RAB members would like added to this section, in particular on the guidance on a discussion of other potential applied research, is there a paragraph missing that the RAB would like incorporated? Not seeing any hands raised. Section 8, paragraph 47. Okay, section 9, the final paragraph, paragraph 48. So the question is, before we adopt that, is there anything else missing throughout the report in any section that RAB members have noticed is missing or would like incorporated? Not seeing any hands raised. Then paragraph 48. With that, we can consider the report of the 22nd session of the Research Advisory Board adopted. There are a couple of 4 appendices. Appendix 1 is the list of participants. If you do notice any edits there that need to be made, please send them through and we can update those within the next hour. So please, if you do see anything that's erroneous, there have been a few edits that have been made. Appendix 2 is simply the agenda. Appendix 3 is the list of documents. And then Appendix 4 will be the various actions arising that will populate now that we've adopted the report. So with that, we can consider the report fully adopted. Thank you very much for your participation and engagement. It's certainly a pleasure to have everybody at least online, and we very much look forward to having you all in person next year at next year's RAB meeting. The intention now is, of course, to fly you all to Seattle prior to the interim meeting next November and run the Research Advisory Board in person. I would also like to take that opportunity, or this opportunity, to just to ask all RAB members, if you are aware of any other industry members who would like to join the Research Advisory Board, please let them know. that we are currently looking to fill a couple of positions that have been vacant or have not been participating for a couple of years, and we would certainly appreciate increasing the diversity on the Research Advisory Board as well. So please do get the word out that we're looking to fill some seats. Again, thank you to all of the Secretariat staff for your input and contributions throughout the year leading up to these various presentations at the Research Advisory Board meeting. And with that, I'd like to pass to Dr. Planas to conclude with a few words as well. Joseph.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Yeah, I would like to also reiterate our gratitude to the RAB members for their participation, for their input. This is a really valuable input for the IPHC Secretariat staff, not just for the research component. The discussions are always extremely useful, and they guide us and increase our focus on topics that are of importance for all stakeholders. So thank you very much again. We really look forward to seeing you next year in person. Hopefully that's going to be the case. And thank you again.
And with that, we can close the meeting. Thank you all, and see you, or hear you at least, at the interim meeting starting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thanks again, everybody.